stand up there, sit down here, and you've got 10 minutes, which includes questions as well.
Awesome, thank you very much. Okay, so as you guys know, because I've emailed you all earlier in the week anyway, I'm here to present a petition on behalf of the businesses around the Golden Mile. Effectively, we really oppose the Golden Mile, and that's not over 90% of those businesses have done that. So we have 68 signatories from actual businesses within the Golden Mile that actually have premises in there, and these are not from the workers in there, these are either the owners or the managers of those businesses. They're the people that we could get hold of. I've met 4 people that were for the Golden Mile project. 3 of those groups were on the second level of buildings, and were in offices of 1 or 2 people. So when I say businesses along the Golden Mile oppose strongly the Golden Mile project, actually, I take that back a little bit. We struggle with Courtenay Place being called part of the Golden Mile. Historically, the Golden Mile runs from the railway station to the end of Manor Street. Back in the 80s, when we blocked off Manor Street and turned it into a mall, all of a sudden the Golden Mile got shrunk because, let's face it, just about every single decent business within that area left the area. After a period of time, the council have decided this is not working, let's put buses through there. Nothing has returned. That area is still a very poor part of our inner city when it used to be a shining light for our city. So when I say businesses oppose it, we oppose it for many reasons. For us, the main thing is our viability. You know, for some reason, I feel the council look at businesses as being the enemy or being people that are some conglomerate that have all this stuff going on and are rich, wealthy people. We're not. 90% of us are basically family-run businesses who work our asses off, to put it into technical terms, to make a living and to make our city more vibrant. You know, literally, when I say that for the last 20 years of having my business, I would have worked 6 to 7 days on probably 80% of those weeks, except for when I'm away on holiday. That would be a reality. We work long hours, and it is not easy. It has never been easy. We also understand our businesses better than anyone, certainly better than anyone that has written some of these reports from Let's Get Wellington Moving. We know how our customers come to us. We know why they come to us. We have to be good at what we do, otherwise we do not survive. It's quite as simple as that. We have to offer people an offering, and we have to be in the right location. If we're 20 to 30 metres away from the right location, there's a really good chance we do not survive. I've closed 3 shops over my period of time with Cafe Ice just because they weren't viable because of the location. And some of them were literally 20 metres away from a place where they would have worked. So we learn a lot over time of being in business. And the reality is we understand what makes our business. So for 90% of our businesses, probably 95 or 98% of the hospitality in food businesses and retail businesses to oppose this, come on guys, you've got to start listening to us, please. We're not doing this because we hate the council. We want the council to work with us. For 6 years, 7 years, whatever Let's Get Wellington Moving time period is, we've been asking the council to deal with us. We've been asking Let's Get Wellington to talk to us. If you look at the Let's Get Wellington Moving plans, there is just so many faults within it. When we spoke to Let's Get Wellington Moving about what's going to happen to all the traffic that currently comes down Courtenay Place, because obviously that's going to be redirected down Wakefield Street, what impact is that going to have? They turned around and said, oh, that's outside scope. They didn't care. Let's Get Wellington Moving, 40% of their KPI being carbon emissions, 10% being safety. You keep on hearing things like, oh, we need to improve the safety of the area. 10% of their focus was on safety. The real only object of the project was to remove private motor vehicles. That's not supportive of our city. That's not supportive of businesses. If you look at the process of time that we've had this in place and that we've been discussing this, what's happened to our growth in population? Nothing. Why would you come to Wellington? Why would you have a business in Wellington at the moment versus a business in Auckland? Our rents are more expensive because our rates are higher. The 3.7 multiplier just sounds like a number and it doesn't seem to be much. Use the Paramount Theatre, the building where my shop is in Courtenay Place as an example. Does anyone here have any idea what the rent is on that building? Sorry, the rates are on that building. No, $170,000 a year currently. Plus, on top of that, they pay water rates separately. The cost of rates on businesses at the moment is prohibitive to basically then pass on a lease that is reasonable to the tenants. You guys are proposing an 18.5% realistically, an 18.5% rate increase next year. On 170K, that's over $30,000 extra in rates that one guy is going to spend. He is an amazing landlord. I love the guy. He has been so helpful to me throughout my whole period there. He spent millions and millions of dollars doing up the upper floors once the Paramount Theatre could no longer operate because it was just not viable. Fantastic person, fantastic landlord. At $30,000 extra, he has to pass it on to people. Sorry, not only the hospo businesses and the retail businesses, hospo because there are no retail businesses in his building, but also the office space above. If he does that, the lease becomes more expensive. Why would you pay more money for a lease in Wellington than what you can in Auckland when you can have 1.7 million people around your immediate area compared to 400,000 if we go all the way around Wellington? It just doesn't make logical sense. So we have lots of opposition. The executive summary that's been put out for this meeting, I have 39 objections to statements made in there. A lot of it is around consultation. We do not feel that there's been proper consultation at any point. At any point. I've managed to get 350 signatures just in my store in Astana, Malaysia, from a piece of paper sitting on it saying, if you oppose Golden Mile, please sign this piece of paper. According to the executive summary, the decisions that have led to these choices around the Golden Mile are based around 240 people saying remove private motor vehicles. I have 350 people signing a petition within 2 weeks. To stop the car park removal in Cuba Street, we currently have 1,300 signatories against that. Please start listening to people. I support Tony Randall's motion to put it on pause. We really would like it cancelled. I'm going to stop now so you can ask questions. Go for it.
Thank you, Carl. We'll start with Councillor Calvert.
Thanks, Carl. Over the past several years, we've heard several times from what was Let's Get Wellington Moving, how they were engaging with local businesses, especially down Courtney Place, and acknowledging that they also weren't, they wanted to keep improving how they engage. What's your experience of that engagement?
Okay, I would say that's rubbish. They came along and said, we're removing all the car parks, where do you want your loading zones? That's literally it. So I'll give you a classic example. We said to them, okay, because this is a major issue for traders as well, how do they park and then go do work inside your business? They're struggling already, it's going to get worse, and what happens is they charge us more so they can cover their costs. We get charged anyway. But anyway, so they've come along and told us this is what we're doing. So Blair Street, we have a real issue with the fact that when trucks go down Blair Street, they're going to currently have to do a 3-point turn at the end of it to get back out, delivery trucks, because they won't stop it off. So we said to them, look, well, if this is going to go ahead anyway, at least don't block off the end of Blair Street. So when trucks go down there, they can do the 10-metre turn to the left and be straight off the Golden Mile. It hardly impacts anything, and it at least takes one of the major issues out of this design project. They said, that would involve changing the light sequencings by like 5 seconds, so we can't do that. That's the level of engagement we got. The engagement has been rubbish. You can't understand our frustration as businesses around the lack of consultation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Randall.
Should the council continue, how concerned are the businesses with the impact of the construction period for the changes?
I think it'll be terminal for a lot of people, to be honest, Tony. I think the reality is we have the majority of the businesses I've been speaking to are 20 to 50% down on turnover from April last year. So we've had an okay summer period, most of us, not all of us, but the restaurants and the bars, they have a massive issue with turnover issues anyway. Just because, look at it, we've got a cost of living crisis. Obviously, we all know about this. Everything's become more expensive. We have government workers losing their jobs. People are having to cut their expenditure. We are that expenditure that they have to cut. We are the discretionary spend at the end of the day. If they do that, we're not viable. Simple as that. So, yeah, so massive.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Carl. Do you think that there are other considerations for the business dropping? Like, is the Courtney Place is quite often gets very tacky. There's a lot of cleaning up that needs to be done, and people sleeping in doorways and that sort of thing. So, do you think all this has an effect on the amount of people coming there and using those facilities?
Yeah, 100%. If you want to make the best improvement to Courtney Place and the quickest improvement and the cheapest improvement, blanket the whole area with CCTV coverage. You know, the safety issue was one of the major issues around our inner city. That's why people aren't coming. It's also grubby. For the last 7 years or 6 years, since Let's Get Wellington Moving and being in place, the council spent no money on keeping that area clean. You did a 5-minute clean around the Women's World Cup because I assume we were so embarrassed with the state of it that we thought we'd better clean it up. We did it for the Wellington Women's World Cup. Have a look at what numbers you've spent on it since. I bet you it's zero. We're not.
Final point, please, Carl.
Yeah. So we've not been looking after the area at all. We want CCTV coverage. In for us, you know, yesterday while sitting outside Cuba Street, I watched a drug deal happen across the road in the middle of Cuba and Garrett on the corner. I literally watched a drug deal happen. We begged for CCTV coverage around that when we were consulting on the Garrett Street Swan Lane project. We didn't get it. I get requests constantly from the police for my CCTV coverage to see if they can see anything outside.
Okay, thank you, Carl. I'll have
Thank you very much, guys. I will present this and drop it off. I'm happy to discuss any of the issues with the executive summary with anyone at any point.
Great, I appreciate your time. Thank you. I now welcome Barry to come and speak. Like before, 10 minutes, including questions. What was that, sorry?
Oh, no, I just have a request if I could. Because we're under pressure of time, and I'm sorry I was late, we got held up with horrendous traffic in Evans Bay. I wish to ask to subdivide my time. So Mary Irlandu, who's been in whatever street.
Yep, and that's still
Allen
10 minutes all up, but that's okay.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be cutting my time back because I've got Raf Napoli here, and they are passionate people who founded SOS with me. They came to me. Wasn't my idea. And we are SOS. We're, as you know, about 100 people. We've got a submission in there. We're 100% behind Carl. We're 100% behind the petition. We are happy to pause the Golden Mile, rethink it, because there's a lot. Like I say, I could keep you here all day with practical world critique. But I want to say this, that we've done 7 years of opposition based on fact and fact-driven. We've spent 5,000 hours. We have 80 meetings behind our belt. We know more about Courtenay Place than lots of people, most people. We know that this is our hood. We think that the Golden Mile is a folly because it's, in essential terms, anti-business. Why does that? You think that the pillars of the Golden Mile are reduce emissions. No, you actually increase them because cars are forced to go further for longer. Can I just grab some water, do you mind? These are the ironies of the thing. It's back to front, and this is the Let's Get Wellington Moving narrative, that they gave you all these sort of like pillars that were wrong and false, and you've inherited these pillars. Emissions increase. I hate to say that to the green people, but this is worsening the environment. Danger is increased. Buses going head to head. I was a bus man for a long, long time, you may know. But essentially we... Sorry? Oh, sorry. Oh, that was more efficient than I thought. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, people. The buses are forced to go head to head. That's less than a metre apart, head to head. That is, in bus parlance, rule 101 of what you don't do. Next thing, danger. The dangers, I was involved heavily with trucks for years. I've been through the regulations on backing horns and so on. We know that trucks doing like 8 or 10-point turns on Blair and Allen, to talk about those, because they have to exit and turn around if they can't get out with the permit system. Trucks cannot do that. What about mums with prams, little old folk, disabled people? Blind trucks backing in inclement weather, especially at night, is an absolute no-no. So you're creating another dangerous situation with the cul-de-sacs. That is just practical, real-world stuff. Resilience is supposed to be 10%. I'm up to 60% now of saying no, because resilience is reduced because the buses and the fire engines and the emergency vehicles are hindered by a narrow chute of a bus highway with street furniture and larger walking places, which essentially are there for ghosts, for people who don't exist. Then we were told about population growth, weren't we? And we banged on about that for years. For 5 years, I've chanted the mantra back. No, we don't have population growth. Just go out and look at society. Think about it. Just now look at it with your own eyes. We clearly have a declining population in Wellington in recent times. The quay was much busier in the 70s, in the 80s. We had the 90s were a tough time. That's when Willow Street virtually closed because the crash then, the property crash in 91, was much worse than anything else. We're almost to that legend now. Carl talks about, and Carl's the best industry and the best person I would talk to, but I can tell you that Lulu is down 40%, Genghis Khan is down 40%. This is the new reality out there. Courtney Place is really struggle street, and we don't need this imposition of 2 years of, physical chaos on the street, following some dream that is just an apparition. There are no fairies at the bottom of the garden. There are no lessons for Lilliput from around the world. All these lame narratives we get from people talking about, Ernst & Young, to their discredit, put a terrible report called the Intercept report, saying that business would improve by people walking. No, it doesn't. Cars bring money, unfortunately. This is not just a car debate, though. This is about a wider debate. It's about the health of an economy and how the last 20 or 30% that is your profit arrives at your door and goes to your bank and employs people and does real stuff, not just some fantasy land of, let's just imagine, let's imagine. John Lennon sang that song. I mean, come on. So what's happened here, brutally, this is the death of truth. We've let spin take over our whole narrative. I can go through the executive summary, and like Carl, it's, to me, I'll be blunt, it's a pack of lies. When I look at what the proposal was to Waka Kotahi, we're going to go back to them, and we are already, to say to them, you've been misled. You've actually been lied to by your own group. You have a false narrative that this is beneficial. It's not. This is a ram raid on our hero retailers.
Barry, I thought I'd just warn you that you're at the halfway point if you wanted to allow others to speak.
Okay, I'm going to thank you for that. I'll just say, can I just say one thing? Here's our ethnicities who have been ignored. Chinese, Taiwanese, Thai, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Japanese, Lao, Burmese, Singaporean, Indian, Sri Lankan, Korean, Indonesian. Then we have Welsh, Irish, French, Italian, Iraqi, Lebanese, Syrian. These people have not been consulted. I know more than anybody because I've walked the street for 5 years in this thing, because this is my hobby, and I've got the skill set that is slightly relevant. I know this thing is a bugger's muddle of an idea. It's a disaster. And the thought to me that this will come down to 2 or 3 votes to change the city after 180 years, when a lot of you don't know much about business or history of this place. This is a different hood. Courtney Place is simply a tale of 4 towns, morning, afternoon, night, and late night. Each one has a different incarnation, different needs and whatever it wants. So you're trying to do one size fits all. It doesn't work. It's ignorant and it's horrible. And I don't want to criticise you personally, but some of you people are so way off the charts, frankly, it's not fun. To invite Mary Irilandu to say a few words, because she has the passion of the street. Thanks. Mary.
Hi, good morning, everyone, especially Carl and Barry. I really thanks for your time. I and my husband been running the business for last 30 years, since 1994. I don't think most of y'all are here. So we've been supporting the Wellington, and we are here to pay our tax, to run the country in a proper way. But it's not happening. So sadly, me and my husband are giving up the business after 30 years because the council is not helping us in any way. They're trying to take all the parkings, trying to make a gold mine. I'm not sure what is the meaning of the gold mine. First of all, I have to understand about the business people. Without the business people, the country can't run, for sure, because all the money is coming from the small business people. We are struggling. We are really, really struggling. And if you open and ask the people, every individual business people in Wellington, they are struggling. They're closing the door. They're waiting for the list to finish, and that's it. They are closing the door and going. You can see how many shops are empty. It's very soon, in 2 years' time, it's going to be empty. And all the homeless will be occupied all the places. It's disaster. The country is not going to look beautiful, especially Wellington. It's worse than Auckland and Christchurch. So sadly, my husband wanted to come and speak, but he's finding it very hard because every time we talk and nothing is come to the conclusion. It's just wasting of time. So is the point, I think 1st of June, Istana Malaysia is given to somebody else. Because we said, the children said, it's no point working so hard in this country. You work from morning to night, go to sleep, you'll be thinking how the business is going to be tomorrow. And we get up in the morning and we're running it. In the hard way, without the staff. We're doing everything. but council is not helping it anyway. Parking is taken, parking until 8 o'clock, people not coming to the city. Okay.
Can we also ask for Raf to speak briefly?
Absolutely. So we'll just welcome Raf. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
First of all, thanks for taking some time for us. Barry and Carl, thanks I appreciate your effort. Look, I'm Raf Guerrero. I grew up in Wellington. My parents are Italian. I grew up sitting on Lawn Street. My dad was a fisherman. Courtney Place, the precinct itself, fed me, it housed me, and it grew me. I went overseas and I represented New Zealand on the international soccer field. I came back and I love the city. Now, I started my business 16 years ago on Courtney Place, and we've been up through ups and downs. And now we're on the doorstep, we're in a recession. Our industry is really, really struggling. You know, I feed my kids, I put them through school for the same way my dad did, working hard. And we try and do that on Courtney Place. Now, you guys are going to spend a massive amount of money, you're deciding to spend a massive money on something like, I don't know, I think when people are in trouble, you go back to what you know. Courtney Place, over the last century, has been a social area where people have enjoyed themselves and commercial businesses have prospered. We want to tear that up, chuck it away, start from scratch. That's what I'm hearing from you guys. That's what I'm hearing from the consultants. That's not the case for me. Courtney's Place may seem a little bit broken, then you mend it. I came from that kind of generation where something was a little bit broken, you fixed it. You didn't throw it away. Courtney Place is a little bit broken, but it's not to be thrown away, because that means my kids don't get fed, I go out of business, all my customers disappear, we got no experience no more. We got to keep Courtney Place as it is. I say stand still. You know, I spent $500,000 2 years ago on Courtney Place because I believed in it. Everyone says you're crazy. You change Courtney Place, you change the dynamic. We lose something forever that's been very special, not to Wellington, to New Zealand. Courtney Place is the social hub of the country, and you guys got the chance to keep it or throw it away. Up to you. Mend it or throw it away. It's your choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Raf. I appreciate Barry, Mary and Raf for speaking. Thank you for your time. We're actually all finished, Barry.
Out of time? Okay. Just want to say one.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
This is costing $65,000 a metre to implement in a street that doesn't need it. It won't help increase emissions, all the things I said before. $65,000 a metre. It's a brand new car every metre, and that's just preposterous to think about. That's the cost of the Golden Mile. We can't afford it. You haven't got the money for it. You've got a gift from the government, which is a big mistake. We're going back to them, I'm sorry to say. We think their decision was not only flawed, but quite almost corrupt. It was definitely a big lie that promoted that Waka Kotahi donation. So thanks for your time. Thank you for everything, and thanks to all of you. And think very carefully, those 2 or 3 of you on the cusp of the decision, the power you have and the mischief you might create and the harm, sorrow, and I'm saying even people, I have people on suicide watch in my club. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you for coming in. That brings us to the end of public participation. So we're now going to adjourn council so that me and Councillor O'Neill can do swapsies, and we'll share the remainder.
Welcome back to the Kōrau Mātinitini meeting as resumed from the original 29th of May. We're going to get straight into it with public participation on one of the papers today, so No Mai, Rona Carson and Steve Cosgrove. Kia ora both. Feel free to sit at the table if that's easier for you. So you've got 10 minutes, just make sure the little green light's on.
There we go, yeah. Hi. As you all know, I'm the president of the Newtown Residents Association. Steve's one of our members. And the person who was going to mainly speak today is Jane Patterson, who's our vice president. But her household's got COVID, so Steve's coming to support instead. So thanks for the opportunity to speak about this, and thanks to the council as a whole for coming up with the plan. So we've got something to speak about. Jane particularly wanted to thank people for the community consultation. That started early with community initiatives, and then there were two designated kaitiaki to represent aspects of the community who met with council officers early on, and Jane was one of those. And it's been quite a wait since the initial community consultation, so we're glad there's some action in the offing. So firstly, the bowling club, as you'll probably know, is a big open space which currently has buildings on it, which were the bowling club rooms. There's been quite a dispute about whether it's going to be possible to keep those buildings or not. In an ideal world, we would like to keep them because it's great to have an indoor space to complement the things that are happening outdoors. But we do realise both the financial constraints and also the practical constraints, like no association or organisation put up their hands to take over the lease, so we don't know who would actually look after it, do the bookings, do the maintenance, the cleaning. If there was some solution to all of that, and if there was the money available, yeah, we'd advocate for the buildings, but in the circumstances we're not going to protest if they're demolished. But what we do really want is toilets. I mean, I was here before and you kindly agreed to approve toilets for Carrara Park. Well, we waited 30 years for those, well, not quite, 28 or something, and we want to start off in the right way with this new park. If there aren't toilets, people won't be able to stay so very long. Families with children are quite likely to go somewhere else. And in order to have something that's truly sort of we're afraid that the park won't be utilised as fully as it might be if there weren't enough facilities to support the enjoyment of it. And it's also, over the years, it's also, that space has been used as a base for people doing work up on the town belt above it, planting, weeding and so on, and then it's great. It's been great for them to be able to use the bowling club for sort of refreshment afterwards, to go to the loo and so on. So to some extent, it's not just the park users, but town belt users in general who'll benefit. We're also concerned about there's no provision whatsoever for parking. I mean, personally, I would have trouble getting there. If the current plan has pulled the gate to the town belt down to the front of Owen Street, if you allowed it to go back up beyond the bowling club grounds, then that space could realistically be developed for some parking and mobility parking and so on. I really like the idea that there's bike parking in the concept plan. So, that would be great, as much of that as possible. In fact, I'm inclined to think we haven't got enough in Carrara Park. Is that right, Steve? There's a couple of staples, but...
That's okay.
So, coming to the design of the plan itself, this is a concept plan, and there's going to be a further process towards coming up with the final detailed plans. And so we're hoping for an opportunity to work with the designers to refine that. We've got some ideas. We've got people amongst our membership who are landscape architects and event professionals and so on. And we've got some thoughts about the placement of different things to take best advantage of the space. And so we're looking forward to a process of refining those plans in consultation with the designers. So I think that's primarily the points. Just see, Jane gave me some notes. I'll see if I missed anything. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, I went up there, have another look at the place yesterday. I must say the buildings don't appear to have superficially, the buildings don't appear to have deteriorated from the last report that you had, which is interesting, not as bad as I thought they might be. One thought I had was whether the officers are able to, maybe with an arrangement with Kaunihera next door, to get a camera up there as soon as possible to take still photos so they can see where the sun goes, particularly at this time of year, because that's going to be critical to use of the park, to make sure everything's in the right place. We've got a great big publicly owned building next door, and you'd think it might be possible to get some more to inform the decision and the layout by doing that. But other than that, just endorse what Rona's saying, and on behalf of the committee.
Yeah. So I haven't got any further points, it turns out. So any questions or discussion to...
Thank you, Rona. Pātai for Councillor Abdirahman.
Thank you, Tim, and it's lovely to see always your advocacy in the community. And my question to you is, when the consultation happened, were you being asked about the demolition of the building or what to happen in the area? Were you specifically asked about the demolition?
I can answer that if you like. I can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
The officer's recommendation was that it be demolished. We suggested, and as Rona alluded to earlier, that we look into that in more detail because there is a great lack of that sort of space in Newtown. And the result of that consultation was a request for organisations that might like to manage the buildings, which was unsuccessful. And of course, the buildings have deteriorated since then. Another point is we did propose a layout at the time, I think it was about 2 years ago, which doesn't seem to be referenced in the current documentation, so we need to make sure the officers have that as well.
A follow-up to that is, in 2022, when a resolution passed by 2021 or 22 passed by this council, officers were instructed to keep the building and the area to the standard. Do you think have been kept in that way for the last 2 years?
A lot has happened since then. I think we're in a different sort of world, quite honestly.
I guess they've done their best, but when you've got an empty building, I mean, inevitably it's attracting vandalism and so on, so it doesn't look great. Boarding up the windows and dealing with the graffiti was about as best they could do. So,
Thank you. We've got a few more councillors on the list. Councillor McNulty.
Admittedly, this is a little bit of a patsy question, but given Newtown is scheduled for high density in the district plan, would you assume a park with toilets and accessible parking is probably a good example of density done well?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. The fewer private gardens there are, the more important these public spaces are.
This particular development will be very good for a tamariki in the Kaunihera development scheduled for Coromandel Street, assuming the second one goes ahead. The first one is open now, and the concept plans do have a access from the town belt directly at the northern end of the park, for those who know it. I went up and had a look at it yesterday. It looks more reasonable than I thought it was, actually.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Rona and Steve. Do you think if the building could be repurposed somehow, would it be attractive to any other organisations? Like, what sort of, are there organisations that would be interested in it but not in its present layout?
It's hard to say because nobody actually came to the... I mean, there's lots of community uses it could be used for. The unfortunate thing is that it's hard to make those fit with the town belt. And, you know, I think in an ideal world, our local community centre would be funded with an extra place to manage the building and take community bookings. And if it's meant to support outdoor recreation on the town belt, but there's lots of situations where, you know, if there's an exercise class going on and it starts raining, they could go inside.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, that sort of thing, yeah. Storage is important for various people, groups who might want to use the place.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice. Rona and Stephen, please pass on our thanks to Jane. We've run out of questions, but yeah, really appreciate your ongoing relationship around this building.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, sorry, I had a question, but have we run out of time?
Apologies, Deputy Mayor Phone, we have run out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Sarah and Sanjay? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can get some Jackie.
Yeah. Nomai, Jackie and Sanjay to come and introduce the paper on the future of the former Working Men's Bowling Club site.
Morena koutou. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Newtown Residents Association, Steve and Rona, for coming and submitting this morning. In particular, I'd like to thank Jane Patterson from the association and Sadie Coe, who guided us throughout the consultation process of the Working Men's Bowling Club. The purpose of this paper, of this report, is to update the committee on the resolutions made on February 3rd, 2022, and recommended the next phases of the site development. A bit of a refresh on the timeline. Recommendations were made, which included 1.5 million being allocated in the 2022-23 financial year to remove, upgrade or develop the building and grounds of the former Working Men's Bowling Club for community use dependent on the community engagement results. The community engagement included meetings with interested groups who had funding to assist the scoping of the project. The groups were made up of Innermost Gardens, Kai Cycle, Newtown Community Cultural Centre, Newtown Residents Association, Newtown Festival, Newtown Park Flats, Garden to Table, Bicycle and the Sustainability Trust. As a result, this saw the two representatives put forward as a project kaitiaki to guide council officers and testing our engagement of their approach. Expressions of interest, as you heard before, for the building returned nothing from the community. Council led a community engagement and consultation which occurred in 2023, which included an online survey of 340 responses, in-person engagement in public workshops, Newtown City housing workshops, and 2 engagements of the Newtown school markets. A concept plan has now been developed and includes several features associated with the community consultation. We're now seeking to progress the development of the site into a neighbourhood park as per the next steps in the report. We're happy to take any questions.
Councillor McNulty.
Just picking up from what Rona and Steve talked about, so the current design doesn't include any toilets or accessible parking, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And is there scope to include those into the final design?
Our recommendation at this stage is we could look around some parking, especially accessibility parking. It is quite a narrow site, but we considered that there were toilets already located within a 5-minute walk at Newtown Park.
Okay.
Councillor Young.
I went on a site visit years ago when Justin Lester was the mayor. This has been going on a long time. So just going back to the lavatories, so there is plumbing there. What would the cost of putting lavatories, and would there be because it's town built, does that make it more complicated?
We can have public toilets on town belt, but if it's a necessary amenity to have in terms of the town belt, in terms of a building. In terms of the costs of a public toilet, so at the moment the most recent public toilet that we've procured is around $260,000.
Was that when the plumbing was already there?
Yes, that's when the plumbing is already there. There is obviously plumbing services there, but as I said, our recommendation is that there are already public toilets nearby, and this is classified as a local park area rather than a community park.
And just also, what is the cost of maintaining lavatories, say an annual cost?
It's around $35,000 to $40,000 per annum for cleaning, maintenance, depreciation, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a supplementary question to that. So the toilets would cost around $260,000, and with the operational expense, could that money be allocated from the existing $1.1 million against the budget?
We haven't obviously costed out the concept plan yet, so that would have to be taken into account once we actually understood what was going ahead. As I said, in terms of the design, there was $1.5 million allocated in the draft long-term plan towards the project. Until we do some further and nail the design, we couldn't actually confirm, but yes, if that was the case, that would have to come from the 1.5.
Cool. And just to confirm, with further design and the concept plan needing to take place, that toilets could be considered within the scope of that concept? We're open to this idea?
Our recommendation, as we've said, is that there are toilets nearby, so that would be what we would be recommending, is that the concept design was similar to what we've already presented to consult with the community.
Thank you. Pātai Deputy Mayor Fern.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you for that. Just a couple of quick questions. Was there a quote ever given on what it would take to repair the building from the report that was given?
The initial report in 2021 stated around $800,000 to repair the building in immediate, straight away.
And just to follow up on that, so if that was straight away, so we're now 3 years later, so we'd have to do that again. Would you recommend if we were going to look at the building again?
I would recommend we would need to reassess the building again, and also take into the fact that that quote was around like for like, rather than looking at what the future requirements would actually need to be for a building.
Right, thank you. One more question, just in the engagement, the need or the request from the community on food gardens was by far the highest. Is there a reason why there's fruit trees and herb gardens but not really a full garden recommended for this in the proposed park plan?
Yes, because of the Kōrau Park community gardens that we have within 5 minutes walking.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Abdirahman.
So if this council agree to include toilet and accessibility parking in the final design, what does that mean for the funding that you currently have, or are you coming back to ask more?
If that was the recommendation, then the toilets and parking would need to be funded within the 1.5 million, unless you decided that you wanted to put additional funding forward, but that would obviously compromise what would be available in the 1.5 to deliver those things as well.
The second question is, once you demolish the building, legally are you able to build, whether it's a toilet or any other things in that space?
We would need to get consent to build a new building on that site, if that's what your question was asking.
But if you got a consent, you can build, is that what you're saying, in the town belt?
We can obtain resource consent and building consent to build on the town belt, yes.
James, to clarify.
Excuse me, Councillor Abdirahman, can I just clarify, are you questioning whether or not the toilet could be built, or another building altogether?
A bit of both, and if you can answer the toilet first and then the building in the second layer of it.
Does that change your answer at all, Jackie?
It doesn't change my answer in terms of the town belt legislation and what can be built in terms of buildings, of a rebuild, would change my answer on that. But in terms of a public toilet, we could consent a public toilet as a necessary part of an outdoor activity on the town belt.
So basically what you are saying is even to build the toilet back is just like asking like any other building in the town belt.
No, it is not the same as any other building on the town belt. It is it's treated like a utility so that it is available to be built on the town belt.
Okay.
Councillor Matthews.
Sorry, just back to the kind of the toilet issue. So in addition to the toilets being within 5 minutes in Newtown Park, the new toilets at Kōrau Park would also be within 5 minutes walk of this park?
Yes, approximately they would.
Right. And just checking, is there any sort of kind of policy rationale or whatever about how we kind of sorry to talk about toilets so much. We spend a lot of time talking about toilets. Like how toilets are kind of the spacing and things like that, because you mentioned this would be considered a local park. So, you know, thinking about local parks in my community that don't necessarily have public toilets.
Yep, the excuse me, within Te Whairanga o Pōneke and Te Aimapara, it talks around provision and community parks that are larger community scale parks within 300 metres ideally for those kind of parks, not every local park.
Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I had a similar question to Councillor Matthews. So just to confirm, because you said there are other toilets in the area, you've mentioned 2. Are they the main? Is there anything else?
Within the, I guess it depends on how far you wish to walk to a public toilet. There are public toilets in Newtown, in the main town centre. There are some at Newtown Park, and obviously there are some to be coming for Kōrau Park.
Okay. And at least one lot of those facilities is within a 5-minute walk?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And my other question was around the barbecue facilities. Is it envisaged there'll be like permanently installed ones like, for example, Shoreland Park?
That's the intention, yes.
Okay. They are popular.
Councillor Young.
I think Verona mentioned the fact that Newtown, she's saying didn't have a lot of facilities like this. So I guess I'm asking 2 parts of the question. Assuming that the building, I mean, I've seen that building, 8 years ago, and it was a wreck then. So assuming that is demolished, without wishing to predetermine, are there a lot of other buildings around in Newtown for community events and things, like yoga and prayer sessions? No, not prayer sessions. That's a different use.
There are a number of facilities in the Newtown area that can support what occurred at the bowling club. Just want to highlight a Te Aimapara Community Facilities Network Plan. There is a very short action to undertake a suburb-wide needs assessment and feasibility across the network of Newtown and community facilities, and so that will be occurring very shortly.
Thank you. And so secondly, so the number of parks you've got in Newtown, you've got Kōrau, and it's not my ward, otherwise I'd know it back to front, of course.
There's obviously the whole of the town belt area around there. There's Vice Regal Park, there's Newtown Park, Kōrau Park, little play area in Japel Street. There's quite a number of facilities around them bordering into Berrinpool.
Thank you. For a Lambton ward councillor, I feel very envious about that. Thank you.
Councillor Abdirahman.
It's my understanding usually when officers prepare report, they can take it to any committee. But in this specific case, in 2021, the council instructed officers to take back the report to the long-term plan, and why this one is coming to this when officers were given direction.
I believe this question was asked and answered over email last week, which just
I've seen it.
Pull it up to answer it publicly as well.
Yep.
Through you, Chair. So the timing of the report was driven by the availability of the concept report. The concept report was finished in March, but not enough time to make the deadline for the April meeting. The May meetings were held over the LTP oral submissions, and after checking with the chair of the APLTP committee, Councillor Matthews, the preference was for reporting back to either LTP or this committee, and Councillor Matthews was comfortable with the report being presented back to this committee.
Cool. My last question would be, in 2021, the resolution was passed to keep the building and the area to the standard until you bring it back, the report. Do you believe that you have done everything to keep the building to the standard?
We've done our best to preserve the building as it was. Obviously, it's been subject to vandalism over time. So what we have done is actually put in place measures to obviously retain the building.
Yeah, no, thank you. I see, but exactly what it means and what have you done? You've been security person being there, or just checking every month, or what exactly that looks like?
We've obviously patrolled the site, we've responded to any issues on the site, we've put in place measures when there has been vandalism to obviously put some board, if you would have seen, windows boarded up on the building and maintain the integrity of it as much as we can. Obviously we haven't had someone there 24/7, but we've been responsive when there's been issues and kept a patrol on the site and maintained the greens during that time as well.
Thank you. So if I request what you have done...
We've come to 3 questions now. We'll circle back to you. We'll just go to the next councillor. Councillor McNulty.
Yes, just picking up on that. So is there a budget line for this park within the LTP?
There is 1.5 million in terms of the Town Belt and Reserve upgrades budget for the development of this site.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
So is that possible to get what has been done in the last 2 years when it comes to keeping the building to the standard? Example, how many times you cleared the graffitis, whatever you have done in the last 2 years. Is that possible to get those reports?
I would probably suggest that question is not relevant to the decision being made today in regards to the information.
Madam Chair, it's very relevant for the fact that in 2021, this council made a decision. The next decision, when the reports come back, which means today, will be based on how that building has been kept according to the motion that passed on that day. So if the building deteriorated for not being looked after, that means today's decision will be basing its decision on information that is not complied with the decision of the council.
I think the decision in front of us today is about what happens with the building and going out for further concept designs going forward, rather than how graffiti has been managed. So I'm just going to ask. Yeah,
I think it's absolutely, Madam Chair. What it says that...
No, we're not having debate right now.
I'm not debating. I'm
the
trying
party is not relevant to
Okay,
the
point of
decision
order
today.
to explain my point.
What
Madam
is your
Chair.
point of order?
Cool. I think in 2021...
Sorry, Councillor, what is the specific point of order you're
The
making?
point of order is that this needs to be clarified.
No,
for the
clarification is
decision.
not a point of
And,
order.
Well, what I'm saying is you are trying to stop that discussion. That is the point of order we need to be addressing.
Councillor, that is not a point of order. You need to specifically state which point of order. Clarification is not a point of order. We are not having debate now. We are in questions.
Okay, let's move it to clarification then. If that's not a point of order, can I do that, or is that possible to do?
I can take advice, but I'm fairly certain. I've already ruled it out of order. We're going to move on.
Okay.
Partai from Councillor Matthews.
My question is does the deterioration of the site through vandalism, etc., has that had a material impact on the recommendation to demolish the building?
I'd say no.
Kia ora, thank you all colleagues. We have come to the end of Partai, and I just want to thank Jackie and Sanjay and Newtown Residents Association for all your mahi through the paper. We're going to adjourn for morning tea and then start with debate after the break. Councillors, just before I move the substantive motion, I'll just draw your attention to your emails as we've had a last-minute amendment come in, just to make sure you're all abreast of the information. Fantastic. So I will be moving the substantive motion on this bowling club site, and I want to start by acknowledging the current ward councillors and the previous ward councillor Fleur Fitzsimons, as well as the Newtown Residents Association and other interested parties in the site. Really pleased that we've been able to retain the 1.5 million in there for the fund for a really good community and recreation space. And in particular, I just wanted to nod to the two project kaitiaki who were selected from the group of interested community members to work alongside officers for their engagement. I just want to note, in terms of the risk to council and the risk to community, the scale of and the budget of the project are on schedule, but the building as current poses a significant safety risk until removed. The design and the development of the site is to incorporate the principles of crime prevention and environmental design. And as acknowledged by our public submitters, there has been quite a substantial amount of time from when first consulting was happening to now actually getting things on the road. But ultimately, I think we've come to a good outcome here today, and I understand there are amendments around and to the fact that kind of address a few of the public submitters' points earlier. I move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillors? Oh, Councillor Nicola Young, would you like to speak?
Oh, no, it's Laurie.
Oh, Laurie. Oh, were you there to second? Deputy Mayor Phone.
Yes, I'll second.
Oh, apologies. Deputy Mayor Fern, would you like to move? Would you like to speak now?
I'll hold till later. Thank you.
Excellent. Chair. Councillors, is there any debate? This would be the time to move any amendments. Councillor Abdirahman, would you like to move your amendment?
Yeah. Basically, this has been a very long fight, and the community seems to be a bit giving up on this. And so, I'm only the voice of the community, and I wish the council can listen in the future in this space. During Justin Lister, he fought, and the plan was put in the back door for a little while. Came back again during Andy Foster, and again voted down. Now it's on the table. This council most likely going to go ahead with the demolition of a community place. And it's a very sad day for the community. However, what can be done is what I'm trying to do here. And the resident association asked us, at least if we are doing a new design, demolishing the building, the least they are asking is toilet and accessibility parking to be included in the final design. I do understand some people would be saying that they support the accessibility parking, however, not the toilet. What I would say to you all is that if you are supporting accessibility parking for someone to park their car near the area, but telling them to walk 5 minutes to the zoo, that doesn't make sense for me. And I want you to really, really consider what you're voting on. And there is no way I will be separating this amendment. And I ask all of you to support it, and later on I will just address some of the points in my right of reply.
Are we able to ask a question of officers?
Hold up. Is there a seconder? Councillor McNulty, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Is it best to go to questions of officers in case any...
That's your choice. Yep. Sure, so we'll take partai now on the amendment. Yes, you're on the list. No, hang on. We'll just wait for officers to come forward. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute adjournment in order to bring the officers back for partai. Jay, welcome back. So we've had a councillor raise an amendment and we were seeking, I'll just ask for general advice on the amendment for now, and then we've got two councillors with partai on the amendment.
So I think, and Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong, our general advice on the amendment is that, as you stated earlier, there's $1.5 million budgeted for this project. If we were to do toilets, you provide an estimate of approximately $260,000, which would come from the $1.5 million.
Yes, that is correct. If toilets were to be included, that would need to come from the existing budget that is allocated for this project. I mean, again, I'd estimate and speculate possibly it could be up to 300,000 because, again, we need to understand what the services are like there. We know that there is sewer, etc., because there is a building. But again, each site is different. And the other thing I would say, if toilets were to be included, the design of where they were and how they interacted with the site would need to take into account SCEC principles here, crime prevention through environmental design. It is quite an isolated site, and often when we do public toilets, we try to have them at the front of a location or facility or where there is a high traffic area for those very reasons that there are activities that do happen sometimes in public toilets that are not necessarily great activities as well, even though they do provide amenity for the public.
And on the accessible parking element of it, so at the moment there is a small piece of asphalt that leads up to the parking area with what looks like a turnaround at the end of it. Is it feasible to put an accessible park in there?
We'd need to explore the options around that. It is potentially possible to include an accessible car park. It is it is actually an access way through, as you know, up into the town belt. So we'd have to actually see how we could incorporate that into design, and there are different levels around that site as well. The bowling club site is slightly elevated, so we would have to take consideration around how we could incorporate any accessible parking into the design. The accessible parking would also have to incorporate how it would interact with the public toilet as well, because the public toilet would also need to be accessible, so the two would have to go together.
Partai Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, you may have answered my question, but really was about, is officers understanding that this does include, that we're not increasing the pot of money, we're saying we'll look at doing this within the current pot of money of, I think it was $1.5 million. Yeah.
That's correct. We would need to consider this as part of the $1.5 million budget for the project.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. There are presently toilets in the bowling club, aren't there? So are they connected to the sewage, or are they connected? Is it a septic tank? So would there be maintenance costs in this as well?
They are currently connected to the sewage system, but the bowling club building is at the back of the park, and as I just talked around, reasons around public toilets would probably need to be at the front of the park, but there is existing sewage to that site, yes.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I guess my question was, would we be likely to lose some of the, other elements like the, the pavilion and the barbecue area and those sort of facilities if we went ahead with toilets?
We would need to cost everything into design, and there is a possibility that you may get less of other amenities into the site. Barbecues tend to cost around $20,000 to $30,000.
Yeah, so they're not huge. And the other thing was about the ongoing OPEX costs for a toilet, a public toilet. Do we have a figure for that? Oh, I don't think we had OPEX costs on
Yes, the OPEX cost was $35,000 to $40,000.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Thank you. Was there a budget, is there a price already on the design that has been given for the park? Has that been quoted?
No, it has not. This is just a concept design at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. I just wanted to clarify the 30,000 operational cost. Is that included in the current 1.5 budget, or is that yet to be budgeted?
There isn't an OPEX cost that's been included for this at this stage. For in terms of the park in general, there would be general maintenance, I guess, which could be incorporated into operational budgets. But in terms of a public toilet, no, that has not been included.
Righto. Colleagues, I have no further partai on these amendments, on this amendment. No, fantastic. All right. Thank you both for coming back down the stairs. He taka hei taupatu patu. Is there any debate? I understand Councillor Matthews would like to speak.
Yeah, so I did ask Councillor Abdurrahman whether he would consider separating this amendment because I would be extremely happy to support accessible parking. However, I do think that the case has been put strongly to us that there are two sets of public toilets within a walking distance. I understand that not everybody can walk 5 minutes to a toilet, but by providing the accessible parking, you at least provide access via vehicle where someone can get in their car and drive the short distance to one of the other nearby toilets. And I guess I just want to say that if you did a map of Wellington and provided the geographical gaps where there are not public toilets, there would be much more significant spaces that are not covered that I would prefer us to prioritise. For example, we had public submitters in the long-term plan talk about Mount Victoria. We had I know that the attempts to get a public toilet in London has been kind of ongoing and difficult, and we have seen the recent example of the Carrara Park toilets, which took a long time. So there are a lot of areas and a lot of bigger parks, bigger facilities which are further away from toilets that I would want to prioritise rather than the small facility. So I am foreshadowing an amendment to basically to do the work on the accessible parking, if it is possible, that we should put that in, but to recognise that we can't design car parks either by committee. So I am asking you, it's unfortunate that I'm having to do it in this way. I would rather have the clauses separately so I could vote for one and not the other. I do think the ongoing operational funding for the toilet, I know it's not much, but there, as I say, there are other areas that require toilets, and we did in the LTP go through a process of making quite small adjustments to budgets in some ways that were quite difficult. So I just don't want to do that in this way. The site does not need a public toilet sooner than many other sites around the city. I understand the ask for it, however, we do have to make these trade-offs. So I'm asking you to vote against this amendment and support my foreshadowed amendment to do the work to provide accessible parking. Thank you.
I understand Councillor Young would like to second. Would you like to speak now? Seconding Councillor Matthews' foreshadowed amendment. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's great when Councillor Matthews and I are singing the same song. It's very rare. But I would just like to say I'm in complete agreement about this. One of the outstanding features of this park is that it's flat, and I believe it's the only flat park in Newtown. And so therefore it is really important that, for people who have accessibility issues, a flat park is far more appealing. So that is why I am seconding the foreshadowed amendment, and I can't wait to see that building demolished, by the way.
Colleagues, I just wanted to clarify. We're going to go to debate on Councillor Abdurrahman's amendment and Councillor McNulty's amendment now. So this is the debate for that, but there has been a foreshadowed amendment that's been indicated. So we're back on the debate for that one. The debate. I have Councillor Calvert.
I'm supporting Councillor Abdurrahman on this. I think it's great that if we can do a cohesive design and bringing in all the elements from an accessibility, not just accessibility parking, but also thinking about the play area that's going to be in there, how the spaces are used, seating areas, the barbecue area, and even, there's talk about a herb garden, do you have raised herb gardens, that sort of thing. So I think the thing is that we need to make sure whatever we're designing is accessible as much as possible. So whether that's a car park park or something else. But I don't know whether anybody's ever been to a park with small children or people with accessibility needs, then trying to jump into a car, 5 minutes, you end up going in the bushes. Or kids do anyway, and we had that same issue at Ian Galloway. You know, kids they couldn't get to the other toilets, and they would go in the bushes. So look, I just think we're not increasing the budget, and we're trying to design something on the fly. So we've got $1.5 million. We're asking officers to go away, put some toilets in. There's obviously pipes there, so there's that there. And then, you know, we may not be able to do it all at once. I think that's the key. I think we're getting caught up on everything being done all at once. So there may be some elements, and and we'll need to decide what is most important. But do a cohesive design. That's impairment, because even if it can be done in stages, depending on the funding, and also the community might, you know, organise itself as well to help contribute if it does go over the $1.5 million. So I'm supporting this, and thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman, for bringing this forward.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. I wasn't going to participate in a debate on toilets, but just really briefly, I think it would be good if we did have a bit more of a systematic look at where the gaps were, because otherwise it is a bit ad hoc. But I also thank you, Councillor Matthews, for thinking about Victoria, but I think the problem there is quite easily solved. There are toilets there, it's just about access to them, so we don't want to spend any more money than we have to. And I guess I'd just say that Newtown is a deprived, high levels of deprivation, so I am happy to put money into places where that deprivation is. And I regret the loss of this building. I know it was hard fought for, and again, because there's deprivation in the community, I'm very relaxed about making sure that people have a lot of good facilities. But I think it's fine. We should support this amendment. But yeah, Councillor O'Neill, if I could just respectfully request, maybe there just might be a chance for the staff to put through a memo about where there might be gaps, and then we can just look at them in a more systematic way. Kia ora.
Good. I will just note that's what Te Awi Mapara and Te Whai Oranga specifically do. But we can pull out the specifics for Newtown. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I would certainly like to keep the budget to what it is, but I do believe that putting public toilets in is actually a basic requirement for council. I think that there'd be nothing worse for people than to say that, oh, I'm here sort of enjoying myself in this nice park, but where is the toilet? And for people that have been there, that haven't been there before, of course, they may not know where the toilets are, even if they are only 5 minutes walk away. So I think that it is a requirement for parks, and of course, accessibility for disabled people. I think that, again, that's a basic humanity requirement that we should actually have for everyone. We should make things accessible to everyone as much as we can. And I would like the council officers to go back, and if they can't fit this into the budget, then I think that we should do something like making it more economical by putting the toilets at the back of the section where they currently are, so that we can minimise the cost in this development. So thank you.
Councillor Free.
I've gone 180 degrees on this during the course of the debate, so never think that what you say doesn't influence your colleagues. I will support these. I have gone, like I said, both ways, but I'm thinking about the little community park in Strathmore, where we did manage to get a small toilet, and what a difference that actually made to people's, to the relaxation that families experience, knowing that not only their children but their seniors actually can go there with their family groups and relax because they know that they've got the facilities they need on site. It is quite demanding if you've got a child that needs supervision and you've also got other family members that need help, to suddenly have to split yourself in two places and go and tend to basic functions. So I can see this being an amazing facility for Newtown. I really do support us removing the building and having a beautiful landscaped area with facilities people can enjoy outside recreation, and I think it'll be really well used, and I'm going to support these toilets.
Kia ora, thank you. I'll just put myself on the speaking list briefly. So I just want to note the extensive consultation, and in particular this triennium, Te Whai Oranga and Te Awe Mapara, around the importance of planning community facilities well and making sure we don't have overlap. We'll also note that within the existing budget, we will still need 30k per annum every year on to maintain, so that cost is likely to be ongoing rather than a one-off 1.5. On the basis of process, I'm going to be voting against this amendment simply because this has been raised 10 minutes before debate. We've had papers for the last 2 weeks, and there are several other priorities that community raised through consultation that were sitting above toilets that are now going to be deprioritised. So I'm trying to rely on good process. I'm trying to rely on the consultation results. I acknowledge the need for a bathroom, but I'm just falling back on good process, and so that's why. And look, hey, hopefully y'all still get toilets in there and you get accessible parking. I think that would be fantastic, but I think that process needs to be drawn out and followed. Councillor Brown.
Thanks. I'd just like to completely endorse every single word that Councillor O'Neill has just said. An ad hoc decision to spend money in this particular manner and create a liability for council is completely irresponsible. I mean, the reality is that there are toilets within walking distance of this facility. I mean, in Mount Victoria, where I go with my dog and go biking frequently, there is, as far as I know, not one single toilet, and the place is not foul. It's not revolting, it's not messy. People manage to actually cope. Most people are continent. I just think it's completely ridiculous, this idea that council officers who've spent a lot of time and energy working out this project and have recommended what I feel is a good solution to, as Councillor Young has pointed out, a very long-term project that's finally reaching a point of resolution, and for people to parachute in some, sort of wish list thing at the end is just nuts in my view. So I couldn't agree with Councillor O'Neill more. Let's try and be a bit systematic about this stuff. If you vote in favour of this resolution, you are voting to waste a whole bunch of money, in my view. And I'm so disappointed if you do vote that way.
We've reached the list of Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly and very quickly, I'm not going to support this amendment, and essentially, while I accept that toilets are a necessity, particularly if you've got a young family, well, actually, even if you've got an older family, what I heard the officers say, which does concern me, that where the infrastructure is at the back of the park for us to put in a toilet. So for me, that is saying we either do one or two things. We put in the toilet where the current infrastructure is, which will mean that there will be safety issues, or we spend more money in moving the infrastructure into the front of the park, which will cost us more money, which will then mean that some other things that whānau would want in the park will no longer happen because of the budget. So I'm not going to support this amendment, and I think it's unfortunate that you weren't able to separate the two, because I would support accessible parking. So I'm not going to support this amendment.
Deputy Mayor Phone.
Kia ora. It is interesting to be having this debate when we're spending billions everywhere else, and I think I just want to acknowledge Councillor Pannett's comments. I think, why not be a city of great parks with great toilets so that people can enjoy them? I will be voting yes for this because Newtown is destined to be a high density area where people will need to have great facilities outside, and that means toilets. So I will be supporting this amendment and totally agree with the accessible parking. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Well, it's not often I take much offence around this table, but honestly, the minimisation of a 5-minute walk is quite offensive. I have IBS. I know what it's like to be in severe need. I have kids. At Perry Street recently, I had to find somewhere for Jack to go because there wasn't the toilet. So this minimisation that just get in a car 5 minutes, it's rude. I'll leave it there. We talk about density done well. We've just passed a really ambitious district plan, and I've taken that to my community because in the north we've embraced it. More than any part of the city, we've said, Tawa, Johnsonville, bring it on. But there's fears and concerns, and I've stood up in front of meetings and individuals and organisations and said, well, we're going to do density done well. And that's the challenge that's been sent back to us as council. How do we make it happen? Well, density done well means you actually invest early. You don't play catch up. You don't build the housing and then go, oh crap, now we've got to fill in the blanks there. You actually plan in continuation. And Newtown is one of our highest density, the most desirable areas. I'll remind people of the geography of this place is right up a hill, so it's not particularly an easy 5-minute walk, especially with the kids. This is funding in an existing envelope. We're not putting more money in from other things or other places. And we've got two ward councillors that are saying, do this. If we're going to ignore 2 ward councillors around this table, that would be a horrendous precedent on this. Newtown did not get much in the LTP. It didn't. Newtown really didn't see any new investment compared to much parts of the city. This is one thing, so give this to the community. Don't minimise the 5 minutes. Do density done well. Support the amendment. Kia ora.
Right of reply, Councillor Abdirahman.
Look, the amendment is not mine, even though I moved the amendment. This amendment is the community. They have asked, I talked to them, and to change last minute here, to separate them into 2 is very difficult for me when I have already got the endorsement from the community. That is why I was not I'm not separating the amendment into 2. I really encourage you to vote in support of this. The community is already angry and sad. You are demolishing the building. This is a community space. I didn't want to make today about it. When you are deciding to demolish the community space, you are not even saying, oh, we're not going to keep the toilet. You are not building actually a new toilet. You are demolishing a big community space. And for Councillor Brown, it's a bit disrespectful, to be honest, calling a community demand a nut job. It doesn't matter whatever the community demands. We can vote in support or against, but you don't call communities a nut job for demanding something they already had for a very long time there. And in the future, I really appreciate if elected representatives watch their words. They think they are attacking their fellow councillors, but what they're basically doing is sending a message to the community how they don't respect the voice on the ground. I encourage all of you to support this, especially the mayor and the deputy mayor and my colleagues. And John Aponovich, I'm counting on you. Jordi, I'm not putting you on your spot, but you care about the community. Vote for this. Thank you.
Ina te tia te motini, and now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. So just to be super clear, we're voting on Councillor Abdirahman's amendment. Councillor Wineta. Councillor Wineta would, oh, okay, I see. Sorry,
Apologies,
so many people
Chair.
talking.
I can't find a voting thing. So that's a yes from me.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, guys. I'm going to rely on officer advice for this one and vote against. And I'll just note it's remaining. Yeah, it remains open. It remains open. Okay, if we now move to the foreshadowed amendment, which has been moved and seconded.
I just want to apologise that this has taken so long, that this is probably a classic council moment where we spend the most time talking about toilets and about 30,000 a year. But I just want to say that if we can put accessible parking in this area, that it would be wonderful. And so I would like to have all of your support, even if you feel sad about the toilet.
Is this the amendment?
This is a foreshadowed amendment, so that we are now debating the amendment in front of you on screen.
Include accessible parking in the final design.
We need to debate, really.
Okay, there's heaps of people. There's heaps of people talking at once. I just ask that we use your mic. Councillors, is there any further debate to this foreshadowed amendment? Sorry, I believe you've already spoken. Fantastic, Councillor Young. Colleagues, any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
Well, we've got no option but to sort of approve this because it was part of the other one, but it's really disappointing to think that a number of councillors voted against the previous amendment because they didn't want to change the officer's recommendation.
You don't know our reasons.
Well, no, this is what was being said in debate, and yet, and by the chair. Yet what we're doing now is we're changing what the officer's recommendations are. And this is going to cost money to do an accessible park. There's more design. You're going to have to make sure it's developed in a certain way. So all I'm saying is it's going to be interesting, but I just think the arguments against the previous amendment are in conflict with the arguments for this amendment.
Randall.
Thank you. I just want to say I support this amendment and reiterate the points put by Councillor Matthews. Yes, we as councillors have a lot of power to pick and choose what we support and not support, and I don't think anyone is, people get rich if they go and count up all of the disconnects that happen in the decision making, but they happen for a good reason, and I think the previous amendment had one really good idea and one idea which is also good but expensive in a council that's trying to deliver across the whole city and it's under pressure. So I thank Councillor Matthews for picking out the gem, and I always support having accessibility, especially to green space, for everybody. And so I encourage you all to support this element of the plan. I don't think it will cost any more money because, as I said, officers will take it out of the project. This is more instructions as to what we need in this new redesigned park. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thank you. I'd just like to clarify, is accessible parking the same as disabled parking, where the parks are wider with a blue sign saying disabled parking only? Great, thank you.
Is that you'd like to speak? Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, obviously we'll support this, even though it seems like when the ward reps come together, that's not enough to convince the table. That really sets a disappointing precedence when you have both reps in a ward saying that this is something they want to advocate for. But maybe it's nothing to be surprised by, so I will support this amendment, although be it reluctantly.
E te kai Kaunihera, Councillor Matthews, I pairangi ana koe ki te whakautu kia koe te tikanga.
Just thanks for all the great vibes. This is, an attempt to make this park more accessible for everybody. And I just want to note, as per the previous conversation, that I don't think we could afford our ambitions for public toilets within a 5-minute walk of every single community facility. It would be completely unaffordable on an operational basis as well as the initial capital. So I am trying to be consistent about prioritising our money according to our strategy. Kia ora.
E nānei ka pōtitia te motini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Ko mana, that has carried. We now move back to the debate on the substantive motion. He taka hei tau patu, councillors, any further debate? Councillor Abdirahman, to the substantive.
Kia ora whanau. As I've previously said, I'm calling all of you to vote against the whole paper because it's not something that we should be doing. And not long ago, this paper, the bowling club discussion came in 2021. At the same time, the Kandala swimming pool issue came. And at the same meeting, the council decided for officers to do further work. And congratulations to the Kandala community, Save Kandala. They did a really good job in advocating, and at least they extended the life of that pooling for a year, and then we will see from there on what's going to happen. But I have always been in support of keeping that swimming pool. I will continue to support it. And the council that proposed to sell Wedstown Community Centre, the council that closed Arapaki Library, the council that sold our airport share 34% is today deciding to demolish a community place. And you are again in a very difficult position, all of you. You previously did some hard decisions, you changed your mind, and the Reading Cinema is a good example. And today, if you listen to those who flip-flop through the year, calling community today a nut, and if you're going to vote alongside them, history will again judge you for demolishing community spaces. The choice is yours. Do you want to have the new alliance where you sit together, sell community assets?
Councillor Abdirahman, I will just remind us the relevance is to debate the content of the paper, not to critique each other. That's not relevant to the specific information in the paper, so I just ask that we keep it about the bowling club.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the things that we do in this table is very related, and criticizing each other is democracy, and we are entitled to do it. And what I'm saying is we're all working together. Sometimes we need to tell the reality to you. We have to face the reality as well. I've never been ashamed of this council that is selling assets, that's demolishing community places. And I'm calling on all of you again to vote against this. And the amount of money you spent to renovate the area is $800K 2 years ago, and nothing much has changed. I have received a photograph of the area last night from one of the submitters who just came today. And you all, I think, received that photo. So I'm asking you to vote against this and be in the right side of history.
I'm just going to clarify with Councillor Brown if that was a request to speak or not. Okay. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I think what came across with me in this paper was not that we are demolishing a community asset, but building a community asset that people can use. At the moment, we have a club there that is unsafe and is not being used, and what we are proposing, or at least what officers have proposed in this paper, is to build something that can be used. So I see that as the council going forward and providing a facility that the community can actually utilise, as opposed to rejecting these recommendations and leaving a facility that can't be used. So I'm also a little bit confused about the sort of direction of making an amendment to something that you don't support, but I think in the way that we've come to our decision, we have thought broadly not just about the needs of the community through the work that the officers have been doing and the consultation that they've been doing, and we heard from the Newtown Residents Association about their ability to communicate with officers, but also we have thought about how we deliver services as a city, the city that we swore an oath to make sure that everyone is equitably accessing what they need in their open spaces, and I guess following the plans that we have voted on as a council, so I'll be supporting this.
Deputy Mayor Foon, as you were the seconder for this motion, I just wondered if you wanted to speak now to the substantive.
Thank you. Yes, I do want to acknowledge what my fellow councillor has just said, and it is again a very tricky situation to be in. What council is doing is we have set it up to review the community spaces that our inner city suburb needs. At the moment, this space is not being used at all, and that is heartbreaking that over a summer, no one's been able to enjoy the space. So for me, I think we need to push on and get the space moving so that it can be used for the people. So I will be voting in support. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert, I will just remind you have already spoken to the substantive, so yeah. All right, sorry, you're listed under debate. Okay, take it away.
I am going to support this. I mean, I think Councillor Rogers said it perfectly, that we can also look at this as an asset for the community now. But I also want to say to Councillor Abdurrahman, don't give up hope, because councils change and we bring decisions back, even when something goes, not to the way we want. So you may well be able to bring an amendment back in a year's time, and perhaps when the pool gets a lot more, I got Candela Pool on my mind. The park is being frequented a lot more. There's more support for putting in toilets, and that can happen. We're just putting some in Ian Galloway Park after a number of years. So don't give up hope, but in the meantime, let's celebrate it becoming a park for more people to use.
Councillor Wieneda.
Kia ora, I basically have no horse in this race, but I did just want to ask a question of the mover, actually. Was this a previous resolution by last council that has not been fulfilled? Because if so, I mean, I'm always of the opinion that council resolutions are final and should be followed where possible. And I dislike the notion that we would be reneging on that. So I just wanted to maybe get some thoughts on that from other people in the debate, and otherwise to say, I sort of agree with Councillor Rogers, it would be good to have something rather than nothing.
Yep, Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that I think that when we actually do need to be able to be flexible within our democratic processes. Yes, democratic decisions just stand. However, we do need to be able to look at the facts around a building, a site, and also be able to adapt to the changing conditions that we find ourselves in. And the reality is, when we voted to, try and save the building as well as the community facility, the economic conditions we were operating in were a lot more positive. And we have a lot more financial challenges now than we did a few years ago that we would be irresponsible if we did not pay attention to when we make our decisions. So I'm very mindful of the Citizens' Assembly telling us to look after the facilities that we have, and I'm very mindful of the need with the issues with our capital expenditure and our debt that we need to proceed extremely cautiously. And the town hall actually is another one. Proceed extremely cautiously when it comes to taking on responsibility for more buildings that have issues. And so I am happy to support, I was happy to support the motions that, wanted to keep open the option, which is my understanding of what they did, keeping open the option to do more work about whether we could retain the building, and also to support this paper as it is today. And I guess I just would like us all to kind of dial down some of the negative personal comments to each other, that we are all trying to make decisions. I expect to be heard, as others were, that I would like us to focus on the issues that are in front of us and vote accordingly rather than use any opportunity to attack a colleague, as I have tried to do today. Thank you.
Thank you all for the lively debate. I will take my right of reply now. Firstly, just to address Councillor Wendeta's point. So the resolution in 2022 was to remove, upgrade or develop the building for those specific grounds, and a resolution came to us in February of last year, this current sitting council minus Councillor Rogers, with the notes on the retirement of this specific building and further advice around the condition assessment of the current buildings and the concept plan of the site. I just want to note as well, thanks to the community and officers for joining together in a process and having had this brought back to committee to see that two kaitiaki were kind of picked to go alongside officers was really great to see as well. To reiterate, one of the ward councillors has commented that they believe this is like a sad process, but just to reiterate, within the paper there were no expressions of interest made by community to take over the building, and under the Town Belt Act, if nobody is there to take over the management or roll in with another great recreation activity, then we retire the building, we restore it for open space and recreation values. So yeah, it would have been absolutely awesome to have another community group in there for recreation, but unfortunately none put their hands up, and that's why we are having the recommendations in front of us here today. So with that, the motion has been moved and seconded, and nāne kia pōtetia te mōtini. Please vote accordingly.
Can we take 1 and 3 together and 2 separately?
Sure.
Thank you.
So we're going to vote on resolution 2 first. Kua mana, that has carried. Now for the remaining clauses 1 and 3. Kua mana, that has carried. Cheers, colleagues. We are now on to paper 2.3, approval to consult alcohol fees bylaw review 2024. No Mai, Lily Zwang, Jeff Lawson and Helen Jones, ki te hore ati kōrero. Welcome to the table. Yeah, feel free to steal a chair from someone else. Someone else? Somewhere else. Not from underneath someone. Thank you. And councillor colleagues have had the papers for 2 weeks now, so hopefully we've all had a chance to read them, but welcome any additional comments.
Thank you, councillors. I will just like to welcome Lily to the table for the first time she's been here. She'll introduce the paper quickly and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm presenting the paper on alcohol fees bylaw. We're proposing to consult on a review of the alcohol fees bylaw. Now, a bit of background. The bylaw was introduced in 2019 and it allows the council to set alcohol licence fees that differ from the default fees set by central government, and we've found that the default fees have not been sufficient to recover all of the costs of the licensing program. And so when the bylaw was introduced in 2019, a cost recovery rate was set at 71% through a change in fees, with the remaining 29% subsidised by general rates. The general rate component recognises the public good in enabling natural justice to allow community members to participate in the licensing process and raise objections to licences. And the bylaw was amended in 2021 to increase the cost recovery to 85% and to charge a higher rate for high risk or very high risk rated licenses in response to public feedback. We're reviewing the bylaw because it is best practice to review council bylaws within the first 5 years to ensure that they are fit for purpose in the most appropriate form. Our industry stakeholders have previously, on other consultations, expressed a desire for more flexible fees that rewards timely provision of information and compliant practices. So we are proposing, following a survey that we sent to licensees in March 2024 that broadly supported these proposals, to introduce 2 new additional fee components in the bylaw to streamline the application process. These include pre-application meetings, mandatory for all new applicants so that they can understand the licensing process and provide correct information to the council. And the first meeting will not be charged, but additional pre-application meetings will be charged at $100 per hour. We're also introducing late application fee penalties. These are targeted to special license and license renewal applications with a set date, and there will be 20% of the application fee if they are submitted within 10 days of the license date, and 10% of the application fee if submitted between 11 and 20 days of the license date. These additional fee components are intended to recognise the additional work required for applications and to make the application process more efficient and therefore less costly over time. Additionally, we're proposing amendments to support a sustainable cost recovery model by allowing alcohol fees to be set by council resolution as part of annual planning or long-term planning processes, which will reduce the administrative burden of needing to review the bylaw every time the fees need to be adjusted, and by specifying the cost recovery rate of 85% in the bylaw to provide certainty for future fee adjustments. We are not proposing an increase in the existing licensing fees or a change in the cost recovery rate at this moment. Thank you.
Kia ora, Lily, thank you. He pātai me utu ai mua e tau patu. Any pātai colleagues? Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Will these potential fees being charged, will that depend on the particular application or would it be the same for all applications?
So for the pre-application meetings, they will be charged for any new applicants who require an additional meeting beyond the first one. And for the late application fees, they are only for special license and license renewal applications, which have to have a date that they are required by. So the deadline being 20 days from the date would have to be met.
Pauewi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So just to clarify, what you're asking us, all you're asking us to do is to agree for this to go out to consultation. That's all you're asking us at this stage?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just had a question of clarification around the process for notifying the fee change. Would that be something that's similar to what we already do for other fees we charge through the LTP and annual plan processes?
This one is slightly different because we have to have a bylaw to set these fees, so that we have to follow the bylaw consultation process to enable us to do that. So the other ones are set through the annual plan. But we are hoping by introducing the clause which sets the level of fees within the bylaw itself, we hope we'll be able to actually just come back and adjust the fees through a council decision.
Could I ask one more?
Yes.
And I just noticed, there was one person's comment, and that was particularly around the actual pricing itself and the points-based system. They were talking about both the size of the venue and the risk factor being a consideration in the charging. I guess my understanding is that's a limitation applied through the central government regulation.
That's correct. So all of the criteria that determine the risk ratings are set in the regulations, And the last time that that was reviewed by the Ministry of Justice was 2017, and they basically reported that they needed better fees recovery reporting mechanisms by councils, and the fees review is now overdue since 2022 from the Ministry of Justice, and that's why some councils have adopted a bylaw instead so they can adjust different fees.
Fantastic, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Just in terms of scale, I mean, if you've got an on-licence and off-licence, roughly what sort of fee is an applicant likely to pay?
I think that's in the paper.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry, I missed that part. Sorry.
Yes, so based on your risk rating, it starts at, if you're very low, it will be $213, right up to very high, which is $3,898.
Okay, so
yeah,
thank you.
Quite a wide range.
He pātai miutu e te mua tau patu. We've just done that one, never mind. Mā wai te motini I whakataka koutou. I understand Councillor Rogers is going to be moving the motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much to officers, and lovely to see you here for the first time, Lily. I had a little fact. The first thing I ever submitted on was the Palmerston North City Council's local alcohol policy bylaw. Very interesting fact there, but I think this is a great step towards being more flexible with businesses, and in particular I wanted to commend the ability to have a more collaborative relationship around alcohol licensing. I know for some businesses it can be quite challenging, and so the idea of having that first meeting for people, particularly when it's their first time coming through, is quite encouraging to see, and that we're also going to be willing to support them in a more open and transparent way in the future if they need help with those applications. So very happy to put this motion.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Rogers. Do we have a seconder? Would anyone enthuse? Councillor Brown, would you like to speak? Fantastic. Any further debate? Righto. Councillor Rogers, right of reply. Excellent. E nāne ki pōtetia te mōtini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Ko mana, that has carried. Thank you all, and congrats, Lily, on your first council paper. Righto, moving on to item 2.4, Te Toi Mahana Quarterly Performance Report. No mai Siobhan Proctor ki te hora e te kōrero. No mai Paul Davies. No mai Andrew. More people are jumping up.
Kia ora, councillors. So I'm pleased to present the third quarterly report from Te Toi Mahana, noting that this report is primarily operational, and we have Andrew Turner here, who's the chair for Te Toi Mahana, to answer any questions. And we've also got Daniel Tai, who's the acting chief executive of Te Toi Mahana, and Paul Davis, who is our community housing relationship lead as well, to answer any questions you may have on the paper.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Pleasure to be here to present this third quarterly report. We can take the report as read, and certainly happy to answer any questions that there may be on the information in the report.
He pātai miutu e mua I te tau patu. Councillor McNulty.
Just having to be careful how I frame this because it comes for a paper later with PX. But are all council housing tenants now aware that they are in Te Toi Mahana, in your view? Like, that's now been established and communicated throughout the entirety of the housing network?
Absolutely. There has been good communication at the time that Te Toi Mahana took over the tenancies, and good communication with tenancy managers throughout. My expectation would be that all tenants would know that they're tenants of Te Toi Mahana. There's been plenty of communication.
Cool. Leave questions there without getting into PX.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, my questions were around the asset service delivery, in particular the SLAs that are reported by Venture, and some of the difference between the actual and the target metrics for those. Particularly, I'm thinking about the response times for emergencies. I was wondering if you could elaborate on, I guess, where the challenges are with that and what you're looking to do forward.
Yep, so given that's a very operational matter, I'll turn to Daniel to answer that question.
Shall I use the microphone here, or?
Yep, that's working.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the question. Yes, so in terms of asset service delivery, we are currently working with WCC in a joint procurement of a new service. So this is currently in train. And yeah, we have raised these issues on a monthly basis through WCC's contract lead. But yes, we have an active plan in place at the moment.
Cool. Could I ask one more?
Yep.
The other question was around, given they're broken out into emergency, urgent and standard, is that broken out as they were evaluated or, I guess, prioritised by the person raising the issue, or is that kind of after you make the assessment, you go, actually, this was an urgent issue and it didn't actually need a 1 hour response time?
Right, thanks for the questions. And I think to address that, when the jobs are raised, either through the contact centre or through contact of our Toi Mahana staff, the job category is actually evaluated and we assign based on a set of criteria that we have.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, it might be a little bit off, but the recent government announcements on social housing and the kind of the focus on chips, do you see that there's any opportunity for you there?
It's early days, but certainly those announcements suggest that chips are going to play a fuller role in the provision of community housing and providing increased numbers of housing. We're certainly watching what follows on from those announcements very carefully. And yeah, I mean, obviously there were some announcements around the Kaunihera report when it landed. There's further detail required, but that's an area that we're keeping a very close eye on, along with the rest of the chip sector, in the expectation that there may be some opportunity there, yes.
Sorry, just another question. Could you develop the Arlington site in Mount Cook if you had the funding? Because given there's some issues with Kaunihera at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a question for me to answer at the moment, but if there are opportunities working with Kaunihera or working with government or in any new policy environment to develop more housing for Wellington, that's obviously something that in an environment where that's sustainable and works, we would look at favourably.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I've just got some questions around new supply delivery. Since the CHIP's been started, it's been very much a focus on tenancy management. And I'm really interested to understand how you're building the capability around being able to deliver more supply, and whether you feel you've got the right capability now to be able to deliver on that.
So you'll be aware of a number of agreements that were made and a number of decisions that were made as the CHIP was set up, and you'll be aware of some of the provisions there around transfer of property, transfer of funds. It's that gives the CHIP the ability to start its own development, and we've certainly got plans in place to do that. And yeah, certainly, whilst the first phase was to transition the housing function from council to Toi Mahana and to really get the basics of the tenancy management in place and to get that running well, the second phase for us certainly does see us turning our mind to developing and quite possibly intensifying some sites and developing housing which is greater in number and which is the right type of housing for the needs that exist in our communities.
Yeah, so it's a different skill set. So what I'm asking is, are you comfortable you've got that operational capability now, or is it something that you have to develop?
Within our organisational structure, there is provision for a property manager. That person hasn't yet been recruited, given that that function has not yet commenced, but there is that role and a number of other roles around it within our operational structure, which we will have the capability when we need it, yes.
Thank you.
Apologies, I've lost the speaking order list. Councillor Randall.
I just wanted to understand your view of the demand for social housing in Wellington and whether or not it's steady or growing or perhaps not growing, because obviously that's the key thing we're trying to deal with.
Indeed. Again, Daniel would be a lot more knowledgeable on the most up-to-date numbers than I would.
I believe it's also in the paper around the amount of people on the MSD housing wait list. But
Absolutely. Yeah, so we work with a lot of central government agencies, MSD, HUD, in terms of trying to resolve this housing crisis. At the moment, we have 852 people in the housing register within Wellington waiting to be housed.
Councillor Abdirahman.
Two questions. From the information that I have from some tenants, it looks like the relationship seems to be working very well. What are you doing different to make the tenants feel listened to and they are engaged currently? And related to that, how is the tenancy, what do you call it, a tenants association or something? How that's happening? Do you have it yet, or there was an idea at some stage circulating? But you can answer the first layer of the question first.
Cool. Thank you. As you can see in the performance reporting, in February this year, we've did a minor realignment of our functions, and we have a dedicated team to engage with general tenancy duties, and they are mostly based in the community, be able to be closer to our tenants. I think it's important that we bring the service to them rather than asking them to come to us for a service. So I think that's probably one of the key changes that we've made as part of the realignment of our structure. And your second question was, sorry?
There was an idea of about establishing tenant association where they can just address some of their issues. Is that happening, and how are you helping with that?
Good. Thank you for the question. Yes, we have two tenant engagement groups set up. One on the policy. First was the FM tenant engagement group to raise any tenant facility maintenance related issues, which is managed by our Jordan at the back there, our facility maintenance manager at the time. And we've got the second group set up, I think, end of last year. That was on the tenancy focus group, where the representatives from our tenant community are able to contribute towards our policy making.
Kia ora, thank you. I don't see any further partai. Thank you all for coming in today. Oh, okay, better be urgent, and it better not already be in the papers. Sorry, Councillor Free.
I just wondered if you could explain a bit more about the 380 IRRS places that haven't been able to be taken up. It's in the risk. It's in the risks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the IRS places and those being filled is really the key to the CHIP model, and the benefit of the council setting up the CHIP to be able to access the income-related rent subsidy, the IRS. So yes, I mean, we expect that 380 ceiling is the ceiling. And we also expect that the ability to gain new IRS tenants is impacted by, for example, moving tenants as a result of the upcoming Hub 2 work and so on, because some of the vacancies will be taken up by the tenants that are moving from one one home to another. So there are a number of things that do impact on that IRS and the new tenancies, but the numbers are tracking well. Again, I would turn to Daniel just in case he's got any further comment on that.
Thanks, Andrew. Just to add to Andrew's point, we also have a very high occupation rate in the moment, so we're sitting at 96% as we speak. So that means people are staying with us, and we have a very little number of properties available to offer. So yeah, there was also impact on our ability to take on new IRS tenancies.
Deputy Mayor Phone.
Kia ora. The fund that was put aside for the non-IRS tenants, how is that progressing?
So that has been considered by our board. A number of models were put forward for consideration. Given the changing policy environments, in particular the matter that was raised in the earlier question regarding the report on Kaunihera and possibly some changing policy positions around provision of community housing and the maybe increased role of CHIPS in the future, that's leading to a consideration of our housing policy and the fund that you've referred to within that new policy environment. So we've got a workshop coming up in October where we expect some of the policy positions to be clearer than perhaps they were when we considered this, might have been 2 or 3 months ago. It would be our intention to move to a decision on that fund after that workshop in October. We're aware of the need to get that fund into use so that it can benefit tenants, but we're also very aware of the need to do that in a very fair and equitable way, and to do that in the absence of knowledge about current policy would be quite difficult and could lead to some of those inequitable situations that could be a risk here. So workshop in October, decisions after that, but in the meantime that fund has been ring-fenced and is gaining interest. You'll see in the report there's over $250,000 of interest been accrued to date, all of which will be applied to the same purpose as the fund itself.
Kia ora, thank you so much. Look, without any further pate, we'll move on to debate now. Just want to, first of all, thank the massive amount of work that's been put into setting up of this trust, and we really appreciate just the conversations keeping on coming, and it's fantastic to see us in a really good position to potentially even start delivering additional housing with the government's favour to CHIPS.
Kia ora, thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate that. I'll leave it at that. Mā wai I tau toko. Do I have a seconder? Would anyone like to second? Pawiwi Kelly? Okay, maybe not. Councillor Rogers, would you like to speak? Is there any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
This is a quarterly performance report, but I'm concerned about our social housing. We've got a huge bill in our LTP. We're going to spend $1 billion on our social housing over the next 10 years. And whilst we've got the CHIP, and that's using the money from the rents to do the operating expenditure, we're still putting in another $300 million over 10 years to help the operating expenditure. So I think we've got some bigger issues that we're going to have to deal with going forward. We can't deal with that now. I'm also concerned about the trust not having as yet any capability to deal with new supply delivery. And as you know, we've got a paper coming to us about transferring properties. So I will raise that as a concern that I have about what happens to transferred properties and how they are developed for new supply, and whether we've actually got the capability sufficiently there at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Wenera.
Kei te pōhehe e tai tangata ki te tepu nei ka toropuku I nei kōrero e pāna ki ā rātou pātai ki te whare pāpori. Kaue patu I ngā whare pāpori, kaore koutou e toa.
Kia ora. Kia taka hei tau patu. Any further debate, colleagues? Councillor Chung.
Regarding our social housing, I've been thinking a lot about where the people are actually coming from that are intended to sort of move in there. Because looking at the latest census, if we've actually got fewer people coming into Wellington, then it seems like the people going into these houses will actually be from our existing residents. And so, are there enough of those to actually fill these houses that we're going into, or are we considering these issues? Because are we going to be looking at new immigrants moving into these houses? So I think that I'm not sure whether there's any study into potential clients for these houses, but I'm just wondering what effect the latest census has for what their planning is. Thank you.
I will just, you would be able to find the answer to that question about ethnicity spread in the papers as well. Just note there, if you're curious. All right, Councillor Matthews.
I just want to go delve into that population decline, statistic, because what has happened over decades is, as Wellington has not added to our supply of housing, including the supply of social housing, is that people have had to move elsewhere, out of the city, further away, because they couldn't afford to live here. So what we've seen is a lot of development of social housing in the wider region and not within Wellington city as much, and not also other forms of housing not within Wellington City as much. So I'm excited that under the new settings, us allowing for greater supply when market conditions become more favourable, that actually our population will grow as our capacity for more housing and more affordable housing grows. And I think that we do have to see those issues as very connected. And I think that having Te Toi Mahana in place and the things that need to happen in order to add to supply, which are a sequence of events that will come later today, does mean that we will be in a good position to attract the people both that Wellington needs for our economy to thrive and to support all of the things that we want to do as a city, and also improve our affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We have quite a few people on the speaking order, and I will just remind us all that we are yet to have lunch, and we've still got a nom to debate later on in the day, so just if you can, try and keep your points fresh and brief. But we're over to, as in not repeating what others have said, Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. It looks like social housing is going to become the next political battleground, and it should not be a battleground. It is the single most important service we provide to people of the city. While we've liberalised some of our planning laws, and that helps the middle get into the market and the upper ends of the market, we know that it is insanely difficult in the city, even as a middle-income family, to get into the housing market, and council must be there to provide an alternative that counters the waves or the measures of what central government does. So bring it on. My commitment is that I will stand firm on every dollar we spend on investing in social housing, on improving people's lives, on making people healthier. I would love people to visit some of the housing that they have come in before Te Toi Mahana was set up. The black mould, the decapitated kitchens, the absolute despair and squalor that we tolerated people living in. And I won't stand for that. And I have seen the Bachelor Street flats in Newlands be renovated. People in there have the black mould that has been on their walls for years cleaned off. They have functional bathrooms. They have taps that work. They have safety and lighting. And I'm so committed to defending Te Toi Mahana and the work that we do. We do need better funding mechanisms, but this is so bread and butter, and we cannot turn around and let our social housing tenants become part of a politicised debate because we just want to go cut, 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 you're not important. No way.
Councillor Rogers.
I just wanted to commend Te Toi Mahana, and I want to thank you for coming back to the council and continuing to share your progress with us. My takeaway from the 2 performance reports that I've had so far and the interactions that I've had with Te Toi Mahana has been when I have seen things come up in the reports and they come across to me, when I am asking questions about that, they are already something that you are thinking about. It's not us having to constantly guide you. You do have a lot of experience in the space and you're quite clearly keeping your eye on the ball. So I just wanted to commend that in your progress and coming up to 1 year from establishment. I think it's great work.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, I think this debate reflects just how important the housing issue is. And it's been a frustration for me as a councillor that we've got very little wriggle room in terms of providing the continuous service that we have. But equally, we've got a very large burden that we're putting on ratepayers. I have to sort of note that Councillor McNulty coming out and saying that we shouldn't make this a political issue sort of makes it a political issue. But I don't see it that way. I see it as, and also but I don't agree with them that it's the single most important service from this council. This council has some things that are absolutely critical that only this council provides. I'm just thinking like, water infrastructure, for example, whereas social housing is something that's also provided from central government. And I think it is something that we need to move very carefully on, though. And I do think and support this report. I want to note that our investment in housing renewal is growing, and it's going to go from $39 million in capital up to $91 million by the end of this long-term plan. And that's $91 million in 2027 is the amount of money we're putting aside to support the renewal of housing. So it's a huge commitment, and we've got to make sure that we are on top of this and that we're getting the best outcome for the city. So I thank the officers, but I also, hopefully we can work with government to get some wriggle room on making sure that the burden is perhaps shared a bit better. Thank you.
Councillor Pannett, I'll move to my right of reply.
Just very briefly, look, it's good that Toi Mahana is working well, and I appreciate the efforts of everyone involved. But I would just like to remind people that this is an outcome of poor decision making by National and Labour, who refused to see that local government had a role in provision of housing. And I steadfastly maintain that we do have a role, particularly when you have Conservative governments who like to sell off social housing. So we will continue to have this discussion because really I'm very supportive of the community sector providing housing, but I think local government should, and it's just disappointing that successive governments have, except since 2007, where we have been gradually investing in improving our housing stock, just hasn't come with more money to make sure that we can actually grow it.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
I think it's interesting, Councillor McNulty already said, and followed by Councillor Randall, it's already getting politicized. I'm really worried now. We really need a very clear commitment and direction from this council when it comes to social housing. No one in this city wants to see the housing becoming the next airport, the next Reading Cinema deal. And I have less trust in the way the backdoor dealing happens in this council currently. And we need to make a very red line when it comes to this. Answering to Councillor Pannett, I'm not going to be defending all political parties, but the record is very clear when it comes to Labour Party, how many housing is built in the last 10 years. And while we might have some questions in some areas, but when it comes to building houses, you don't put Labour Party in the same table with the rest.
I will take my right of reply now. Colleagues, I just want to reiterate that this is a paper about the achievements of Te Toi Mahana. It is not a debate. No, guys, we're giggling. I'm dead serious. When we politicise things, when you bring into the public domain the moral question of whether or not people deserve housing, if that gets published in the paper, what on earth is the poor person in social housing going to do when they read that? They're going to think that we're having a debate about whether or not people deserve houses. And I think we need to keep in mind that tenant wellbeing should be at the centre of this, and to be careful about the language in which we use. I'm like, for those of us that were around last term, the amount of anxiety and stress that was caused around solving the financial sustainability for our council tenants was a core issue. We've worked really hard with tenants. There are 2 tenant advisory groups set up with Te Toi Mahana now. The relationships are going really good. I chat to tenants every single Friday, every week, and the transition of being managed with our wonderful kaimahi and our leaders that we have in the community groups have made like just a fantastic difference there. And I really think that it's a bit of a shame that this debate has gone negative, because there are some fantastic achievements here. And once again, I just want to commend the board and all the officers and operations for the work that they've done around Te Toi Mahana. And I ka pōtetia te motini, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Kua mana, that has been carried. Thank you, colleagues. Righto, we've got one more paper before public excluded. So we have no mai James Roberts ki te hore i te korero on the decision register updates and upcoming reports, and we'll take this as read. Councillors, is there any partai on this item? I see no questions. Mā wai te motini I whakakoutou. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Matthews. Is there a seconder? Pauiwi Hohaya, thank you. Inainei ka pōtetia te motini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Kua mana, that has carried. It is 12:16. Are we feeling, yes, there is lunch on level 8. Would we like to take lunch now, or do we think we could have the debate on the motion of whether or not to go into public excluded now? How about we introduce the report? Yeah. And we'll see how we go. Oh, right, it's just a motion. Yeah. Okay, yep. All right, I'm going to move the motion that we go into public excluded. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Young. Oh, sorry, apologies, Weneta, was that a hand up? Councillor Young, I don't feel I need to speak. Questions? Oh, do we have any questions on the motion? First, no? Okay, I see no questions. Into debate, Councillor McNulty.
Look, I'm just conscious of going into debate on this one. Again, I'm going to have to keep comments very general because we're not yet in PX. The status quo doesn't change in the decision that we are making, and it has been extensively communicated the changes that have been made. So I'm conscious of the guidance that we've had from the Ombudsman about the number of PX papers, PX workshops, and how we may be, in my view, getting slightly flippant with overuse of those tools. And I'm concerned that this PX is actually quite unnecessary, having read through the paper, the Ombudsman's advice, and the actual Ombudsman's specific guidance around 92A and 72A.
Councillor Calvert.
I love this unity. I'm in support of Councillor McNulty on this. I mean, when you look at the paper, there's only very few clauses which actually has got specific confidential information in it. The rest is policies and strategies that we've already signed off in public in terms of Toi Mahana. So I think the majority of this paper could be held in public, should be held in public, and I'm not trying to politicize anything, as some may think. I just want to make sure that if we're putting money in, or taking money out, or doing anything with money, that we do it in the most efficient and effective way, and we get the outcomes that we want to see. So I feel that we need to separate out. It can easily be separated out. I've already emailed everyone yesterday in terms of the specific clauses that could be removed, redacted, and to say that the paper will be released after the decision is not sufficient. This is public debate about what we're doing about public assets. So I think we should be in public, and I ask everyone to support it, because I don't think I can participate in a debate about public assets in private.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak particularly around the fact that it is protecting the privacy of natural persons, but I also wanted to, I guess, reflect on Te Toi Mahana's values, which is to put tenants at the centre of all of the decisions that they're making. And I take your point, Councillor Calvert, that this is around public assets, but it is also around the people that live in them. And so I think it is important to centre some of those decisions we're making on ensuring that they are able to have the process communicated to them in a way that is incredibly clear. And my understanding is that Te Toi Mahana has a very good communication plan after this process to make sure that tenants are fully informed about what this means for them, and also in a way that they can get support throughout that process. I have read your email about the submissions of taking some points in public. I think if I had far more confidence in the council as a table's ability to stick to those, maybe I would be supporting it. But unfortunately, I don't believe that that is a standard that members around the table would be able to stick to. And I do see that it is far more important just to make this distinction and say this will be in private and be able to communicate the decisions that were made after the fact.
Councillor Wenera. Councillor Pennant.
So just some institutional memory here. When we did waterfront papers, those were always separated out. It is possible to do so. I agree with the comments that have been made around the table. Yes, we do need to be respectful towards our tenants, but these are also significant matters of public policy, and that needs to be done in a transparent manner, particularly given the kind of context that we are in at the moment around assets. Kia ora. So I will be voting against this.
I'll take my right of Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I, as a councillor, do find it difficult. We have a public excluded paper that has some important principles or commitments that we're making in principle, along with some confidential information. And I just want to flag that I agree with Councillor Calvert in that we can consider these principles in public, and we should consider them, and that we really need to be as transparent as possible in this council as we're making decisions that affect both our assets and also any significant amounts of money. But I can accept that the money side can be done confidentiality, that the personal impact and the details that are related to that can be done confidentiality, but I still believe under this paper we could deal with a wider principle that is being done in a public arena. Thank you.
Kia ora. I will close off on the right of reply. Look, I am going to be voting for this to go. Councillor Brown.
No, I haven't. No, it's the reason I'm asking is that I totally agree with. I don't really see a lot of confidentiality need around this paper, and I think the principle is quite important around public. But I'm also sensitive to the tenant, impact. So, and I just feel like Councillor Matthews is going to be a lot closer to that. So I was just curious to get her views, basically.
It's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
If Councillor Matthews doesn't want to speak and debate, they don't have to. You could just give each other a nod, maybe next time. Look, I will be voting for this paper to go into public excluded, simply for the advice that we received when Councillor Calvert raised this earlier in the week. So I thank the councillor for that. The advice that we received from Stephen yesterday around it was the difficulty and the ability to compartmentalise public to public excluded information, and I just think it's better to err on the caution of the safe side when we're talking about people's homes and big changes to them. And I understand that if this motion failed, then we would have to pull the paper, and that would take some amount of time in order to prepare two sets of information to have in public and public excluded. So that, yeah. I can now put the motion which has been moved and seconded.
Could we just take a division?
Sure thing.
Yep, thanks.
We're voting on the whole thing. The substantive motion is to go into public excluded.
Actually, we could take 1 and 2 and then 3. Oh, is that okay?
Sorry, we've already opened voting, and once a vote has been put, we are not able to amend the vote. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Councillor Chung, if you could click a button, please. Ko mana. Ko mana that. No, is it not casting? Okay, with Councillor Chung, for the record, intended to vote against, I'm going to use my casting vote to go into public excluded.
Thank you, Chair, but I will no longer be taking part in the debate.
Cool. That's on you. We are elected to make decisions. It's up to you. No, hang on. Okay, team.
It would always be that easy for you, Councillor Brown.
Okay, cool, team. We've got lunch for 45 minutes, and I'll see you after the break.
back into council. Just give everyone like 10 seconds just to settle in. So we now come to general business. 2.1, notice of motion regarding the Golden Mile. I'm inviting... No. Apparently, I'm inviting the mover of this motion first, according to my notes, to introduce his motion, and then we come back to officers. That's what the paper says. Yes. Councillor Randall. So he's going to speak to his motion first, and then we'll come to you too. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, Councillor Randall, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. The motion is about getting joined up planning transport for Wellington. We heard today that from the submitters who opposed the Golden Mile and the impact it's going to have on them for businesses. This notice of motion is not about that. This notice of motion is about the failure of Let's Get Wellington Moving to do an integrated plan for our own city. When we approved the Golden Mile in 2021, one of the tasks of the Golden Mile project was to work out where the extra buses were to go because they were going to be limited on the Golden Mile. And when this council inherited the same project, we found that work was not done. We also know that when we do the Golden Mile work, it's going to be hugely disruptive to businesses, but it's also going to take a lot longer if we have the bus services running through the construction zone. We have up to 95 buses an hour. And so we can't have those people stopping while we're next door. We've got, 5 metre deep pits to replace the water. We actually have to come up with a plan to get the buses to go around Courtney Place so that we can minimise the time that the disruption is going to occur. So it's clear we need to plan for the buses before we need to lock in the plan for the Golden Mile. And this motion is about exactly that, doing joined up planning. I'm very disappointed in the officer's advice because it fails to address these risks. It does highlight the importance of going ahead with the Golden Mile, but it doesn't talk about the risk of not looking at the best outcome that this council that is responsible for delivering the Golden Mile is going to take on. We need to be sure we get more information about how the wider integrated plan will work. But I also think over the last month there's been a very positive exercise. We've found out some more information. Officers have got a clearer idea what this council wants, irrespective of the outcome of this notice of motion. And there is a commitment by council officers to finally do an integrated transport plan for Wellington. It's terribly disappointing that Let's Get Wellington Moving never did it. We thought they were doing it. But it's rewarding that this council was going to deliver on it and deliver on the Golden Mile. So
Final points, please, Councillor.
Yeah, so I ask you to vote for this notice of motion. It's a vote for joined up planning and nothing more, and hopefully that will deliver a good outcome for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Pannett. I'll come back to you, Councillor, if you want to speak as part of debate. For now, I will move over to our officers to, answer questions and all that good stuff.
Kia ora, councillors. I just really wanted to step the council through some process matters around the NOM, just so that you're aware of that before you make your decision. So ahead of last week's LTP meeting, our General Counsel and I met with Councillor Randall to explain the best course of action with really what he was trying to achieve with his objective And our advice at that time was to move an amendment to, in effect, to the same effect as the NOM. And Councillor Randall accepted that advice and moved an amendment on the day, and that was eventually lost. So what that meant was that the Golden Mile is therefore currently provided within the LTP with $18 million budgeted for year one, which is to allow for both the design and construction to get underway. The reason that we gave Councillor Randall that advice, and we've consistently provided this advice through the LTP, is that changes cannot now be made to the LTP and meet the statutory deadline for the adoption of the LTP, apart from those required by audit, and we're in the middle of that now. And as the report has said, the effect of the notice of motion would effectively be to stop the project for 12 to 18 months whilst that integrated transport plan was developed and agreed. So in practical terms, if the notice of motion is passed, it would require the LTP documentation to be updated, the financial information to be adjusted, and budgets to be rerun to reflect the reduction in the CapEx program and the consequential impacts on interest and depreciation. We have taken advice from Andrea's finance team. That whole process will take 4 days to complete. The decisions from last week is meeting all of those amendments and resolutions that you made have been substantially flowed through all of the documentation, and there are many components to the LTP, and they are being progressively reviewed by Audit New Zealand as part of that audit. The timetable is already really tight, and the audit opinion is not expected to be received until pretty much up until the day before the committee meeting. We've talked to our auditor, Karen Young, and she's confirmed that a 4-day delay in providing this updated information for the final audit would mean that they would not have sufficient time to complete the audit in time for the adoption of the LTP. Due to the highly integrated nature of the LTP and therefore the components of the audit, many of those components hinges on receiving that updated financial information so that it can be cross-referenced back to the decisions made. Not adopting the LTP by the end of June as required by the Local Government Act does have significant consequences, including the ability of this council to set rates and collect the sludge levy. It would also breach our statutory obligation to have an LTP in place at all times, which is a requirement of the Local Government Act. The final point that I was going to make, and it's kind of redundant now, that any amendment to a notice of motion is only allowed under standing orders with the agreement of a majority of councillors, but that must happen before it's been moved and seconded. So given that it has been moved and seconded, no amendment to that notice of motion can take place ahead of it being voted on. So it's just important that you understand all of those points before you come into a decision-making environment.
We'll take a few questions. First, we'll start with Councillor Abdurrahman.
Is this motion, Councillor Randall's motion, about joint planning? If so, why officers oppose it? If not, what is it?
I've simply been talking about the process matters in terms of the implications of passing the notice of motion on the LTP process. Perhaps either Liam or Siobhan can answer that particular question.
So my perspective, it's not just about planning, because it's actually now linking the Golden Mile project as a condition on the production of that plan. So there are significant implications for pausing the Golden Mile project by 12 to 18 months. And that implication's been covered off by Stephen, but there's obviously also implications in terms of our central government funding that's available, and also in terms of our ability to deliver a project when it keeps getting paused.
Got you down. One more question. Yep.
A follow-up question to this is what it means if this motion goes through, other than what Stephen already explained it. other than the significance of to the LTP, I don't think he can answer it during debate time as well. He's asking to delay for 12 months from, and the information that I have, he's asking for 1 month until August when you're going to come back with the whole plan. Am I right or am I?
No, the issue is we're being asked to complete an integrated transport plan, which is not going to take just a couple of months to complete. It's going to take between 12 and 18 months.
I think Liam wants to speak first before we move on to the next question.
Yeah, I think that actually through Your Worship, the Councillor's earlier question was, do we believe in an integrated transport plan? Yes, we do, but we can't do it at the pace that's been requested.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. Stephen, just referring to your comment about the process, what are the implications of not meeting the requirements of the Local Government Act by agreeing to a long-term plan by the end of June? What are the repercussions of not doing that?
One of the first implications is that the council can't set rates. You have to adopt an LTP before you can set rates, and the Local Government Act requires this council to adopt a long-term plan in the year preceding the year that it takes effect, so in effect by the 30th of June. And I guess we would be also in breach of the statutory requirement to have an LTP in force at all times. The practical implications of that, well, there are all sorts of implications that could come to bear, but I wouldn't speculate on some of those that central government may take a view about that. But
I can also note that historically the Office of the Auditor General has included that breach in their audit opinion. So for councils that have not adopted within the statutory reporting deadline, that breach has been reported to Parliament and they're reporting to Parliament on these. It would have an impact for us to strike rates and the levy. So at the moment we've got an agreement from Crown Infrastructure Partners to include the levy within our rates bill. We would then have some serious implications if we cannot set our rates. Not only from a technical perspective, but also I would suggest from a cash flow perspective, which would put us in serious financial challenge, albeit it depends on the timing of the delay and when that goes out. But we haven't modelled that. I'm just noting that that's a risk.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for that. That is just explaining the issues that we're going to have if we don't actually come to an agreement by the end of June. But is there any penalty, is there any prescribed penalty from the central government? And it seems to me that just...
No, just the question, please, Councillor.
Okay. All right.
Well, as both Stephen and I have explained, this would be a breach of legislation. That is something that's quite serious in terms of deliberately breaching legislation. I can't predetermine how that would be seen by others.
We'll put you back on the list.
Yep, okay then.
Or come to me, and this is slightly a patsy question, but I'm just trying to find a solution here. So while you don't support completing an integrated transport plan before the signing of contracts and construction of the Kōrau project, because that plan will take about 18 months, but in the interim we can still have what I believe Councillor Randall and myself have requested, which is actually a number of reports, information and the overall transport vision for Wellington, right?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Chair. And I think, just to be clear, and this is a co-authored document with the Chief Infrastructure Officer and the Chief Planning Officer, and this is a planning conversation generally. There's good context in terms of statutory responsibilities under the LTP, but the report sets out the strategic context of where we are today. I think that's quite clear. We are effectively commissioning right at this moment a Wellington City Transport Plan, and this is the plan indeed that Councillor Randall just referred to in the last month. We've made some great progress. We only got Let's Get Wellington Moving handed over on the 31st of March. It included staff and resources and all the projects and work that they've been doing, and we've been, as you know, sifting through that, and we had a briefing about a month ago earlier. Now, I know it's quite complex and it's very detailed, but we are working through the information, and to the Mayor's point, I want to acknowledge the desire of all these councillors for more information, all right, because we now have control of the City Streets project. That is now the central city-based approach. It is really just us as the road controlling authority and Greater Wellington as a public transport authority who have control of this work program now. And my intention is that you will have much more visibility than you had when the Let's Get Wellington Moving program was underway. I also want to make the point that this is a good thing. There's one less cook in the kitchen. We are literally going to be able to provide you with the visibility you're desperately seeking in terms of what it means for these projects and how it affects the city. And I intend to do that very regularly, 4 to 6 week update briefings, and we are just at this moment only standing up the sort of project controls in and around the Second Spine project. Siobhan is off running with the Golden Mile, which we'll talk about in a minute. But to try to understand your intent, you gave us that intent in the LTP session last week. You set us priorities. You told us that the Second Spine, the Cross-City Cycleway, Cuba Street pedestrianisation and Dixon Street was what you wanted us to bring you back with some information on at the end of September. So we're hearing you loud and clear in that regard. And I think glass half full, we're in a really good space, and we're going to provide you with the information you need and the decisions you're needing to make and your prioritisation of those projects very, very shortly. So I do think, actually, with Councillor Randall's NOM, we, in a strategic sense, we're on the same page. It's just a timing discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Liam. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Just carrying on from that, we're talking about plans, and maybe the idea of what the people around here's idea of an integrated plan may be different to an engineer's idea of an engineering plan or integrated plan. So I'm just wondering whether we're talking officers at cross purposes here. In terms of, because 12 to 18 months seems a long time, and I wonder whether that's a different type of plan. And we're trying to compare apples and pears here. So just wondered, because what you just described was really what we're looking for and what we'd actually thought, at least Let's Get Wellington Moving would have had, anyway, to hand over.
Through you, Madam Mayor, again, so we have had conversations about this framework that's missing, this gap. There's been an information vacuum about what the actual next step vision is for transport. For the city, and I acknowledge that. As I said, 31st of March to now is only a short couple of months, but that's our intention, is to bring you back that high-level picture of what it means for the future. The Wellington City Transport Plan is a sort of operational plan on all the modes and all the corridors, and it's very much something Councillor Randall and I will try to work on together. He is very specific on the detail and he wants to know all that stuff, and I'm quite happy to share it when it comes to hand. But I think what's missing and what we can provide for you in a shorter time frame is this general strategic picture of where transport's heading for the city, after the Let's Get Wellington Moving project has ceased. And I'm happy to facilitate that.
So I know, Ms. McArthur, you said after the motion had been moved that it couldn't be amended under our standing orders. But could we not suspend our standing orders to add some clarity to the notice of motion so that we are comparing apples with apples? Just wondered whether that's a possibility.
Perhaps can we just adjourn for a couple of minutes, and I'll talk with Jennifer.
change around, and I think for good reason, but I'm going to hand over to Elise to outline the next process.
Kia ora, councillors. So through you, Chair, because the notice of motion has been moved and seconded, we couldn't normally amend it, and we're in agreement for that. But there is a way to get around this, and that's by the leave of the meeting to be able to amend it. So we need everybody to be in agreement for it. That's by the leave of the meeting, every councillor around the table. It has been seconded, yeah. Councillor Pennant has seconded it. She hasn't spoken, but it has been seconded. Yeah. Yes.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So sorry, maybe I'm being pedantic, but we're not due to be signed before 30th of September. Is that definitely correct, that they will not be signed before the 30th of September?
Yes.
Will not be signed? It's just a funny way of writing it.
It was always the intention that they would not be signed before the 30th of September, but to give assurance to you, we're putting it here so it's completely clear, and there's no concern that we might do something different. So it's to acknowledge they were not due to be signed anyway, but we're putting that in black and white, or in red as the case may be.
Okay. Number two, on the 30th of September, will we have a vision, or will we have an idea about a vision? Sorry, again.
I think, Liam, you can perhaps explain.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I mean, you won't have a vision to adopt. I think we're going to show you the vision of what the integrated transport plan could look like in the future, and I believe that's the intent, yeah.
With the sustainable transport hierarchy underpinning it?
Of course, but you've already adopted that, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Still be building your roads. And number three,
okay, no unnecessary comments, please.
Just keep it consistent, Mayor Whānau. Number three, I might need to ask Councillor Randall, the bus stops were a part of the original one. Why has that been omitted?
So I think the intention is we're looking at the bus capacity advice, but that includes the potential between the integration of the buses from the second spine and the bus capacity advice for the Golden Mile. I think that the question of the bus stops, the necessary set of bus stops, comes into the scope of that. So
Okay.
and officers can confirm if that's their understanding.
So, okay, so just last question. So given I am absolutely exercised about the bus stops, does this mean that we've still got a chance to get them back through this process that is now before us? Given the conversation we had yesterday, and yeah.
Correct. So we are not going to be putting the bus stops back into the current design for the reasons I provided yesterday, which is around the Wakatahi funding. So if we make any significant changes to the scope, we have to do a scope cost variation back to Wakatahi, which will put that funding at risk.
So
what is the meaning of this then?
So can I just comment? So this notice of motion was never about the design of the Golden Mile. It was about making sure that we understood the impact of the wider corridor plan or vision, and that we would have a look at that so we understood things by September. By September, we'll have more information. So this is about getting some more information in front of us so that should it become clear that there's a cross impact, then that would be considered. So that's my understanding of what this notice of motion is about. I'm not sure if you are still able to support that.
Sorry, now I don't understand, because number two exactly talks about the bus capacity along the Golden Mile corridor. So I guess just
I think if
I'm
you can start
confused.
to
confused. I don't see why, and that because it raises questions for me about whether I support it now, because it's just
So
changed.
I think Councillor Randall has answered his intention of this amendment, and I think we'll probably have to change seconder as a result, and I think Councillor Pennant will just go through this normal debate process, and I'll let you come to a decision at the end. Councillor Young.
So this is for the office, probably for you, Siobhan, or possibly Liam. If the intention of moving the bus stops is to make it more efficient, why don't we just get rid of all the bus stops? Wouldn't that be a good idea?
So I don't think that's a...
The answer, it's no.
I'm just going to move on to the next question. Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I just want to clarify about adjusting any sort of NZTA funding, because obviously we are doing it with the Thorndon Quay Hutt Road, because we're going to be applying to remove funding because we're not going with the Hutt Road portion. So is this not something, if there was needed to be some sort of change, is that not something similar in that vein?
Yeah, so I'm just highlighting the risk around this, and also noting that if we were to go back to confirm that funding, the way that they are now approving the investment is quite different under the new GPS to what it was. So
we're doing that process already now for the Hutt Road.
So the risk for the Hutt Road is not the same as the risk for the Golden Mile.
And why is that?
Because it's a different project.
I know,
but the Golden Mile is focused on pedestrian improvement. So that's the key benefit, is the pedestrianisation and the improvement in pedestrian access, and the fact that we're adding 75% of footpath space. The Hutt Road is more around bus priority and also cycling.
But they're both NZTA funded projects, and they've both got the 51% FAR funding. So it's putting the details, but I think there's they're very
That's
similar.
getting into the debate. Do we have any further questions about this updated change? Councillor Pennant.
Double check process. So we can't accept one of the changes and reject the other in terms of the 1 and the 2, just from a process point of view.
This is the amended motion that Councillor Randall's putting up, so no, I don't think you can kind of do a negotiation in that sort of sense. No.
Yeah. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just wondering from the officer's perspective if any of this would impede the delivery of the improvements and that we were hoping to get from the Golden Mile, in terms of the time frame of it.
No.
Oh, thank you.
So questions are done. What's next?
So now we just need to confirm that we do in fact have leave of the meeting to put this.
Does anyone object? No. Great. Does he need to reintroduce his paper? No? No. Now we're going to move into debate. I believe Councillor Brown's going to second. You still want to second it?
So there were still questions of officers we were waiting on. I thought we were
waiting on.
Were we? Oh, my apologies. I forgot there was already a question listed before it was changed. So we're going to go back to that now. Councillor McNulty.
When the design of the Golden Mile was first put together by LGWM, obviously the economic conditions were pretty different. We heard from businesses this morning, I think we're up to about 4,000 job cuts in Wellington. We're in a recession. So in light of those factors, do you think it's appropriate that we look and revisit the business and economic support that we'd be offering through the disruption period?
This was looked at quite a lot at Let's Get Wellington Moving in terms of the business support. We're of the view that we're providing as much business support as we can through Wellington NZ, and I don't think there's any appetite to compensate for disruption. We did approach central government at the time, and there's no appetite from central government to compensate either.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, so I was a bit taken aback about the 24 months or the 18 months to provide the integrated plan. So I guess my question is, how can we actually be proceeding with this multi-million-dollar investment on the Golden Mile without some kind of understanding of the things that we now have in writing that we'd like to ask for?
I might just start from a planning sense, Siobhan. So I think the report's actually, it sets the context that we've made decisions under. So you'll recall our City Tomorrow process and the production of the district plan. It adopted an integrated kind of transport model, if you like, that sat alongside the housing capacity stuff. So in some ways, we have already decided from a number of initiatives, and the report actually identifies Golden Mile as one of those key arterials for work to occur on. We've already identified an arterial network for the city that we need to build our integrated plan around. So I think the course was set quite some time ago, and we're at a position now where we're actually getting into constructing those changes and building things. So from a risk sense, which I think is your question, Councillor, I don't see a lot of risk. I think what we need to provide over time, and as I've mentioned earlier in my previous comments, is that we need to provide the evidence. And that's what you're asking for. You're hungry for evidence. You need to know and see what the plan is. You need to have your hands on the wheel of that plan, and that's the intention, I think, of this amended notice of motion, and that's the intention of the team to provide counsel.
Well, just pressing into that a little more. So we've got a cycleway along Courtenay Place that ends at, say, end of Dixon Street. We've got another cycleway coming up from the railway station that ends on Lambton Quay, that ends at Panama Street. Was there ever an intention or a vision about how you would connect those two things up? Because I have not seen it articulated.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, yes, there was. I think where it sat, of course, was with Let's Get Wellington Moving, and now that's back under the control of the City Council, in particular Bike Network. We'll provide that evidence for you, the clarity, and then you can make decisions on priority. As you know, we've had 120% uptake on Kent and Cambridge from a cycle use point of view, but we're now putting them onto the waterfront, and we need to get them across the city somehow. And there's going to be a couple of routes for that, but that'll be your decision-making opportunity.
And so could I ask whether that joined-up cycleway vision is likely to be included if we pass this?
Yeah. What I intend to bring back in that period before the 30s is sort of what they call it, the technical term is an operating model, but we'll show you all of the modes and where they are planned and proposed to go, and we can talk then about detail about which particular street.
And just one more. We had submitters this morning expressing a need, businesses expressing a need and actually a fear about this, and a need for much more consultation around the process, the construction process, but also around them wanting to have a little bit of say in some of it. How much say can they have, and how much consultation are you going to do about the actual construction?
Yep. So once we finalise design, we can actually start looking at the construction methodology, and there's lots of different ways you can actually build these improvements, and part of that essential input from stakeholders will be how we actually stage that. So at a very basic level, do you want us to go hard and fast, which would probably require some diversion of buses, or do you want us to go slower and still allow buses to use that route and have passengers alight, etc.? So it's really key that we have the stakeholder feedback in order to be able to make those decisions around the construction scheduling.
Yeah, and through you, Madam, I'm also on the management sort of board for the project as well. I think that we've been discussing when we met the actual team how we'd engage with those retailers in particular. And as Siobhan's pointed out, I mean, we go hard and fast, we go light and longer, but they need to be part of that decision-making process. The intention is to get that with the contractor, sitting down with the retailers to try to understand what their preference would be.
Okay.
Councillor Randall.
In terms of taking over Let's Get Wellington Moving, we got a briefing, it was about 3 weeks ago. Just can you confirm that was when we were informed that there was a disconnect between the Golden Mile progression and the rapid bus integrated plan side of things? That's when we found. That's when we were first told about what the relationship was between the Golden Mile project and in terms of the connection or not. That was at that transport forum at the beginning of May, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. And secondly, just in terms of going forward, this notice of motion talks about report by the end of September, but is it the intention of officers to maybe have a couple of briefings between now and then, just so that we can, be taken on the journey that you're going on?
Absolutely. I've been instructing the team today to start locking in some calendars of earlier appointments, so we can have a proper kind of dump of material as well. I think there's been a desire to have a look at everything that was produced with Let's Get Wellington Moving, and that's been circulated to some councillors, but they've asked, but we haven't made that available to all of them. So we've got some some sweeping up to do and getting all the evidence out there, but certainly having a workshop early would be helpful.
And lastly, what's the relationship with Greater Wellington in terms of what they're doing on their side of things? Because, of course, they run the buses.
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, so I've explained that relationship between the Public Transport Authority and the RCA, so they're instructing us about their needs, and as Road Controlling Authority we need to provide for those, and as a result of that they are also on our management team boards and looking after. We've got joint teams involved, some of them here today, if any questions of detail were to come up, and yeah, we're working hand in hand. We've got another session on Friday next week with Sam Gain from Metlink and Luke Troy from Greater Wellington.
I'll put you to the bottom of the list. So can you please, all three of you, please give absolute certainty that this will not delay the Golden Mile project?
Yes.
I need it from all three of you.
Yes. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Just want that clarified. All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Chung.
Thanks. My question has already been answered. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councillor Abdurrahman.
It was a bit addressed by Sarah, but my question is, what is the plan to engage with those businesses? And this morning, as you know, Carl came and he said 90% of the businesses signed and they feel not consulted or not engaged well. And related to that is previously different organization consulting on different projects. Now you are going to have integrated plan where information gap will be there. You don't have access to some of them. And how are you going to be addressing those things? Because now everything is on council. How that going to work out?
Yep. So we've got quite a comprehensive comms and engagement plan for Golden Mile. One of the key things that we're really conscious of is having something to communicate to them. So we need to go out. When we go out to them, we need to have something to say. So the first engagement will be around the design. So once the design is close to completion, we will show them that. And then it's about scheduling in those sessions with them around the construction scheduling. So yes, it's important to talk to them, but we have to have stuff to talk to them about. So we're really cognizant of that. So we spent the last 3 months since the team came on board. We've been establishing the project team. They've been working at really fast pace to try and close out this design. We've got the contractor engaged on an early contractor involvement arrangement. So they're going full noise. We've got comms and engagement resource now committed to this full time. So I'm confident that we're going to be able to start that engagement within the next few weeks.
And just on that point around the detail, I mean, I think what we've learnt from the Cycleway program is that often if we go out with something too generic, councillor, that's not enough, and they feel that that's perhaps not authentic. And so it's quite important you do it actually twice. You say, look, we're refining designs. We're going to come back to you and talk about the detail, because what they actually want to talk about, particularly, as I said, with my experience in the cycleways, is where are the car parks moving to exactly, and how wide are they, and how width, and that detail is important.
Councillor Wineta.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Free.
Is quick. Council has put money into car parking in Tory Street, and I believe at the time it was an awareness that we would potentially be removing car parking for this project. What can we do to make sure that everybody's aware of the fact that there is public car parking in Tory Street?
Well, I think that would be part of our communications effort with the retailers. You are correct. I mean, that was a strategic investment sometime, about 2 years ago, wasn't it, I think, from memory? A year and a half?
Yeah, some time ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was in this triennium.
So that the idea there, part of the strategic reason for that acquisition was to help provide for off-street parking for on-street that was displaced from cycleways and for example, this project. So I'll take that idea back to the board. I think we're already kind of thinking about car parking resources, because we have a number of public and private resources across the city, quite a number of them, and it's kind of providing that map and those options for customers and visitors to the city that they have alternative options.
I think that the businesses would be useful to engage with them about any synergies they might see there.
I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you, officers, for going through this process with us. Councillor Pannett, you are seconding still. Did you want to speak now, or you'll wait? Okay, we'll start taking a speaking list. I will start. Councillor Brown. So first of all, while this has been a bit of a new process, I want to thank Councillor Randall for the collaboration and we've gotten to at this point. When the first notice of motion came, I did strongly oppose it, and he was aware of that, because for me, I didn't want any risk to the delivery of the Golden Mile, and I know there's controversy around it, and construction will be difficult, but at the end of the day, it will help us. The end result will be a revitalised Courtenay Place, an entertainment precinct, beautiful pedestrian spaces to attract people to hospo and retail, and of course a more reliable bus network. And it's gone through a lot of work already, but to Councillor Randall's point, I do agree that before construction begins, we do need a clear plan for how our transport's going to move forward, and for a second spine for buses or alternative routes to minimise the disruption for passengers, but also our businesses who will be impacted by this as well. I'm pleased that we've gotten to a point where officers can agree to work on that plan before September. That's wonderful. And I wrote a speech before we made these changes, so I'm just going through it and seeing if there's anything relevant. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, look, yeah, so I will actually, now that it's been changed to this level, I will be supporting this motion, and I'm looking forward to continuing to deliver the best transport plan for Wellington. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thanks. First, I'd like to say just how appreciative I am of what has been a very collaborative process around this issue, and quite a few councillors, especially Councillor Randall, have put a lot of effort into arriving at this position, and thanks also to management for their constructive engagement as well, and especially for the Mayor, who's showed a lot of leadership over this issue. This is clearly one of the most contentious sort of projects in Wellington, so to actually arrive at a relatively consensus position is quite a remarkable achievement, so congratulations on achieving that. I guess that everybody would like this corridor to be addressed, and in particular the work in Courtenay Place to occur, because clearly the work is well and truly overdue, and it's been in gestation for so many years that nobody really wants to see unnecessary delay. On the other hand, we also know that there is a lot of changes occurred, and I feel during the period of Let's Get Wellington Moving that it was terribly frustrating, because our ability to actually access what was happening and the logic behind their proposition was completely absent. So as an elected representative of the people of Wellington, I felt that I wasn't able to do my job because they were not helpful, and which is indirectly different to what the relationship which I have with our own management, who I find are extremely open and collaborative. So we've now got control of our own destiny, if you like, in respect of the streets. But of course, we do have a couple of major changes which have occurred. One of them is that we're not getting light rail, and that's a really important factor to take into account. We are going to get a tunnel, though we don't know which tunnel we're going to be getting. And although that's over Iona's dead body, no, it won't be. No. But and of course, the population growth, isn't what it was expected. But as Councillor Rogers pointed out a minute ago, Wellingtonians absolutely love the buses, and the buses are growing in Wellington strongly. And as somebody with over 10 years of experience with the bus company, I'm a massive advocate of better bus public transport, because I feel it's the only solution to Wellington's mobility. All of the others are nice to have. That's the must-have. So I think this is a really good step. I think this is going to give us a bit more information without delaying the project. It's going to give us a lot more confidence that we're heading in the right direction. And there may be some tweaks, and hopefully we'll also be looking after the local businesses better than Let's Get Wellington Moving would have done, because we are responsible to them in a way that those guys never were. So I think this is a really great compromise outcome. I think we're going to feel much happier about the whole project in a month or two's time as this starts to provide fruition. So thank you. And thank you especially, Councillor Randall.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I should remind myself never to tell Tim what I'm going to say before I say it, because then I won't get to say it. Okay, I can add to it. Yeah, so I mean, last month there were 2,561,240 boardings, which is absolutely massive, and it is the highest peak that we've had. If we go back to the peak pre-COVID, that's 7% more than pre-COVID. And I think what has become this table's favourite new fact is the census data that came out recently. I think that shows in contrast, even if the number of people that we have in the city isn't growing, the number of people who are taking buses is. And I want to thank Councillor Randall for making sure that we do keep that in mind, and we are thinking about how we actually get those people on buses and moving efficiently. And I look forward to the report coming back on the 30th of September. And yeah, really just reflecting on the fact that I didn't want to see this delayed. And I think, yeah, there's been a really good collaborative solution here to find out a way that we can keep progressing with this, but also keep the public informed and keep our governance lens over it. So thanks to everyone involved.
Councillor Pennant. Try not to be too negative. So, councillors, some people might be wondering why I would support the right wing on transport, given I'm deeply hostile to their agenda and have spent much of my life opposing it. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. So, look, obviously I support urban regeneration and have campaigned for it for many years, as just I've said, and I think there will be some benefits to this city. But let's just not disabuse ourselves of this. This is watering down what Councillor Randall originally put up, which was to try and fix some of the problems around this particular project. So from my point of view, it's a lot of money and it's putting pressure on our households now. What scares me even more is the money that we're going to need in the future to deal with climate change is going to be enormous, and we just have to be super careful with the money that we have. And so I was quite happy with a very cheap job of keep the cars out and do some tactical urbanism in the first instance. While it's good that we'll try and sort out the buses, then they're not going to be enough. We need light rail. They just don't have the capacity. But even more fundamentally, councillors, with free car parking in this building, we still need to have a conversation about the car culture, because the car culture is the problem. It doesn't matter what you do on this Golden Mile until people stop, realise that cars are actually bad for the environment and are bringing us to our knees as a globe. We're not going to make the progress we need to. I do have some specific concerns about this project. One is that this is not a busway. It looks like it. When you look at the plans, it looks like a busway. It is a place where we live, where we walk, where we hang out. And so this idea that by removing bus stops and making it more efficient, that it will make it better for those of us who are actually doing the hard work already, not driving, is nonsensical. Bus stops are absolutely critical public services. They are as important as schools and hospitals and ambulances. They enable us to get to where we need to get to. And this kind of idea that we should not stop for older people, vulnerable people, people who might not feel safe, people who just need to get to where they need to get to, is unacceptable to me. You know, it is part of being a decent member of society that we try and work collectively. And so those bus stops are more than just a pole with a bit of paint by them. And so I will fight for those bus stops. It is absolutely unacceptable to remove them from places like the St James, which is a major city facility. I think, look, there's been some good work done here, and if it shifts the dial, the only reason we've brought it back so many times is because we haven't been listened to with some of our concerns. So this is why we're going, and we will keep talking about it, because we still haven't got to the place that we need to get to. But nevertheless, I hope we can work constructively. And I will continue to oppose integrated transport planning, because that means more roads. Kia ora. Councillor Young.
So it's clearly there's a sisterhood evolving here. This morning I was supporting Councillor Matthews because we're not really politically aligned, and now Councillor Pennant, because we do work together on things, not least because we're both in the same ward and in the same suburb. So I agree with Councillor Pennant on some of her views, not some of her potty ones, but that's not an insult. That's just a scientific analysis. But I am hugely concerned at the cost of the Golden Mile, the business disruption, and the removal of the city's most important bus stop. So Councillor Pannett and I have already discussed the fact, that's my arm that you just, we've already discussed that we will probably run a campaign about these bus stops. So let me just remind you that the bus stop outside the St. James is going to be removed, and the one opposite outside the building that we dare not name, but you know what it is, just to keep you happy, Your Worship. So it's the bus stop that services Takina, it services the Opera House, it services the Town Hall, the Central Library and the St. James, and it is going to be removed. That is, or they're going to be removed. That is ridiculous. And then the one outside Farmers, and then the one opposite it outside what is formerly known as X or Twitter. Oh no, it was formerly known as David Jones. To which Mr. Roberts and I leapt and ran down the road last night to catch our bus, and it was crowded, and that was, at about 5:15, which is a busy time. I went my home to the bus stop, which is going to be removed. 12 people got off it. So I just want to say, I will support this amendment, but I still think the whole Golden Mile thing is a disaster for our poor city.
I think we've come to the right of reply. Oh, Councillor Wineta.
Council team. I'll not be supporting this amendment. I see it as an attempt to frustrate the progression of the Golden Mile. The Golden Mile has to proceed at all costs. It is a transformational transport project for the city, and it is only right that a capital would have a spine for pedestrians, a spine for buses, and it's the only real long-term solution that's been proposed in this room, aside from Let's Get Wellington Moving, for our transport woes. Buses are important, but we have to crack on, get the Golden Mile done, and start from a good base before we consider an integrated transport plan, which our officers are doing already. And a small note, just on the bus stops thing rather, we can build 100 bus stops up and down the Golden Mile, Councillor Pannett, but GW cannot use them if they don't want to use them. The routes are theirs, and we basically have to build the stops where they are going to use the stops. So I will not be supporting this amendment. I think we need to proceed with the Golden Mile at all costs. Kia ora.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, I look at this amendment and I think about Reading, I'll name the building that shall not be named, and how it was, systematically layer by layer pulled apart. And that was one where I admit I flip-flopped and swung around in the wind a lot with, so I'm not claiming any ideological purity here. I'm just noting that the process of that was to bring it down bit by bit by bit, and this amendment feels like it's the same thing on delivering a key transport project that we need to do for our city, so I think I'm going to join Councillor Wineta in not supporting this notice.
Councillor Matthews.
I would like to thank people for working together to come up with something that I think most of us can agree with. And I just want to note for the record, given the last two speeches, that if I felt in any way that this was going to represent a delay to the Golden Mile, I would not support it. But we have had the explicit confirmation, and it is included in the motion itself, that it is not the intention or effect of what this amendment does. So therefore, Councillor Randall, I will vote for it. Thank you.
I think now, right of reply. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, fellow councillors, for this debate and for expressing your views. I have to start by saying I don't support the Golden Mile design. But this notice of motion is not about that. This council has twice decided that the Golden Mile is what this council wants. And I absolutely need to respect that as a democratic councillor. However, I also, and I thank the Mayor for working with us, I also think that most councillors believe in transport being planned in an integrated way. And that is the intention behind this notice of motion. There is big risk that we've taken on by essentially going to rebuild the centre of our city. Councillor Rogers is right, though. The bus service is the key alternate mode to cars, and it must succeed. And that can only happen if we have an integrated plan. I also think there's a lot of risks, there's a lot of unknowns today. But in 3 months' time, a lot of those, at least at the high level, we will know something about it. And more information reduces risk. It reduces the risk of getting it wrong, it reduces the risk of rework, and for me, most importantly, we will have an idea of whether or not the Golden Mile design will really work. Councillor Brown talks about 10 years in buses. I've had more than 20 plus years in buses trying to get a great bus service, and I'm still passionate about that. I do know that buses do not stop at Lambton Quay. They don't stop at Courtenay Place. They go right out into the suburbs, right from Churton Park literally to Island Bay, from Miramar literally to Kōrau. And when they all come together, it's really got to work. And this notice of motion, and not just this notice of motion, conversation that has happened under this notice of motion, and was always going to happen anyway, to be perfectly honest, has meant that people have got the right focus, that this is a tricky thing we've taken on from Let's Get Wellington Moving, but we are very determined to deliver on it. So I thank everybody. I thank the Mayor. I thank Councillor Calvert for the suggestion about rewording it. I thank the officers for their work and their honesty, and I also thank my fellow councillors for listening and considering that this is an important matter. It's given a lot of time towards that. So I do hope you can find a way to join and vote for an integrated plan rather than a disintegrated plan, but I will certainly be voting for this because a great bus service and great corridor is essential for a successful city.
Thank you, Councillor. That brings us to the vote.
Could we take one separately, please?
I'll just check from a process perspective.
Or just we usually... Motion would normally be taken as one.
I think as it's a notice of motion, it has to be taken as one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So vote as a
In this
whole.
division? Oh, it's the council meeting.
Yes. And that is passed. Thank you, everyone. Great. Well done, Tony. We move to 2.2, the capital program overspend. Please welcome Deirdre Reedy to introduce the report.
Sorry. Kia ora. This is hopefully a quick paper for you guys. As we outlined in the paper, through the LTP process, we proposed 71 million of carry forward of the current year's capital programme into the LTP. So that was agreed last week. And as part of that process, we reviewed the expected spend to year end. And there were 11 projects within that spend that were forecast to overspend by year end, and that falls outside of our officer delegation. That totals 1.39 million across those 11 projects, which is about 0.2% of the total capital programme currently. So relatively small amount of additional funding required, but requires your approval to increase those budgets.
Great. Any questions? Fabulous. Thank you both. I understand Councillor Matthews will move. Would you like to speak?
Just very briefly, I want to acknowledge the work that has been done to ensure that this kind of paper won't be coming to us in future. And so is this going to be our last one? Fingers crossed. But I also just want to acknowledge the hard work that the finance team has been putting in, and I know people working over the weekend post our decisions. So I just want to say big ups to you all and thank you for all your work.
I will second. Is there any debate? No. Right of reply? No. All right, let's go to a vote. Oh, she's not in the room. That is passed. Thank you. We now come to 2.3, decisions, register updates and upcoming reports. I'll take it as read. Does anyone have any questions before we go to debate? Councillor Abdurrahman.
I just want to ask the Democracy Service, I think when you do decision register, if you want to make an amendment but not notice of motion, is that possible to make an amendment to the previous paper that is getting reported under the council?
No, you can't make any amendments to the decision register.
Yeah. So the only way you can reverse that is by doing a notice of motion.
Yeah, to bring it to a future meeting or to discuss with officers.
Okay.
That is.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Great. I will move the motion. I won't speak. Is there a seconder? Councillor Rogers? Great. Any debate? Nope. Let's go to a vote. Great. And that has passed. So we can now come to committee reports. A report of the Regulatory Process Committee meeting. We'll take the report as read. Are there any questions before we move on to debate? No. Yeah.
So with the committee recommends, there's just one recommendation. The other two aspects about the agenda links or minutes are just superfluous and they're not a recommendation. I just want to double check.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Given the chair is not in the room at the moment, do we have a... Yeah, Councillor McNulty, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think it is just the one recommendation of this paper. I'll just explain where it's come from. So we looked in part of the Newtown parking scheme to implement community service card holder discount. Legal advice was very adamant, and I think direct advice from Health NZ that we wouldn't actually be able to use that as a mechanism. Palmerston North City Council have put a remit to LGNZ to allow for local government to use that as a mechanism, and obviously not just in the pursuit of parking charges, but discounting council services across the board. So this is just us as the committee asking council to endorse that notion and to get behind what Palmerston North City Council have put to LGNZ.
Great, thank you. I will second. Is there any debate? Wonderful, let's go to a vote. Great, and that is passed. We now move to the report of the LTP committee meeting of 15th, 2024. I'll take the report as read. Do we have any questions before debate? Wonderful. Councillor Matthews will move the motion. Would you like to speak? I will second. Is there any debate? Nope. Let's vote. And that is passed. We now come to the final item on the agenda. Oh, no, I lie. I thought we already did that.
It is recommended to council.
Right, yeah. Sorry, no, we've still got a couple to go. Environment and Infrastructure Committee meeting of 5th of June 2024. I'll take it as read. Any questions? Nope. Councillor Brown will move the motion. Do you have anything to say? No. I will second. Is there any debate? Nope. Let's vote. That is passed. So, as in the Social, Cultural, Economic Committee, Office recommended that the public is excluded from the part of the proceedings of this meeting. I'll move the motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill. Any debate? Nope. Well, then we'll go to a vote. That has carried. So now 4.1, Public Excluded Report of the Social, Culture and Economic Committee. We'll take the report as read, but are there any questions? No.